Howl of the Rejected, Sunderverse, Wild Packs Book 1, written by Ingrid Seymour, narrated by Emma Lisi. Chapter 23. I burst out laughing despite the sinking feeling inside me. I'm not a wildling, that's ridiculous. Chieftess Yura held my gaze, saying nothing. Her expression was neutral. There was no forcefulness in her expression, no hint that she wanted to ensure I believed her words. Instead, she wore the patient features of someone who knew I would have no other alternative but to eventually see the truth. You know it, deep inside you, the chiefess said after a long moment of silence. Your origin is another lie the Academy fed you. Your parents were killed by wildlings, they said. Didn't they? If your kind didn't kill them, then what happened to them? She gave a small shrug. I huffed. You don't know me. The only thing I know deep inside me is that I would gladly cut your throat if I had a knife. I am not a savage like you. You're wasting your time. Chieftess Yura grunted disapprovingly. Am I? She stood. I pushed to my feet, too, and managed not to sway, even as the world seemed to spin. Release me, I demanded. She pulled a knife from her belt and moved in my direction. I crouched, ready to fight. She lifted one eyebrow, then glanced from my bound hands to the knife. Well, do you want me to cut the ropes or not? I tentatively lifted my hands, not entirely trusting her. Firmly holding the knife, she slipped it between my hands and cut the thick ropes as if they were nothing but lace ribbons. I rubbed my sore wrists, eyes glued to hers. Follow me, she said, then turned her back and left through the flap. My heart picked up its pace at the thought of leaving the tent. I wanted to believe she was letting me go, but I knew better. She'd send her wolves after me at great risk, after all. Whatever she wanted from me, I suspected this was just the beginning. Before someone came to force me out of the tent, I took a deep breath and pushed the flap aside. The darkness outside took me aback. I had so lost track of time that I had expected it to be daytime. I wished for a clock to know the time, but the wildlings needed only the sun and moon. Not that I wasn't trained on their tricks, but I preferred civilized ways. I stooped through the hole and stepped outside. The scent of wood smoke and pine filled my nose. Stretching to my full height, I peered at the 4 wildlings who waited for me, the chiefess and the 3 kidnappers. The men's eyes shone, giving glimpses of color, green, blue, and yellow. Settle down, boys, the chiefess said. Immediately, the light in their eyes died down. I won't blame you if you try to run, the chiefess said, but I wouldn't try it if I were you. You won't get far, and these 3, she gestured toward the other wildlings, they reckon life's a game, and everyone's there for their entertainment. With that, she turned and left. A set of eyes flashed green once more. Call. He issued a low grumble, sounding like a dog with a bone, warning the others to stay away. Something trembled inside me at the sound, something that should have been fear but felt quite different. Like a primal allure I should be ashamed of. Maki grinned and extended a hand in the direction of the retreating chiefess. Dinner is served, though you'll have to forgive the lack of silverware. The 3 wildlings laughed, as if they'd never heard anything funnier. If only I had my sword, they wouldn't be so amused. When I didn't move, Call leaned closer and said, "I could carry you if you prefer." He patted his shoulder and winked at me, reminding me of how he'd carried me when he found me eating the berries. "Don't you dare touch me," I shot back and started walking on my own, fearing the nauseating sensation of someone else's skin against mine. The tall wildling shook his head, his bushy hair swaying. Apparently, he'd run out of greasy hair product. "Leave her alone, Call." He smiled. "Hello, my name is Novak." I ignored him and followed the chiefess, taking in what I could of my surroundings. There were a few fires around the camp with wildlings congregating around them. They were eating, appearing quite at ease. Shadows and light danced on their faces, but the forest beyond remained in deep darkness. Tents in different shapes and sizes marked the perimeter. A few dark shapes caught my attention at the edge of the camp. Guards. I made a mental note of them. The smell of roasted meat made my stomach flip with something like hunger. The aroma was delicious. The chiefess turned and gestured toward the largest fire at the other end of the camp. As we passed one of the smaller ones, the wildlings sitting around it went quiet and turned to watch me. I kept my chin high and tried to ignore them. A small figure rushed into my path, startling me. I stopped. A girl of about 8 stood there, staring with wide, shining eyes. "Hello," she said in a sweet voice. A smile stretched her cherry-sized mouth. "Hi," I responded. She inclined her head. "Welcome to our pack." Her words sounded so sincere that they made me feel rude as hell. "Near Leak?" a male voice called from the side. The little girl glanced back. She blinked repeatedly, looking disappointed. Placing a hand to the side of her mouth, she whispered conspiratorially, "We'll talk later." I couldn't help but smile as she rushed away, a thick braid bouncing at her back, and joined a group of giggling kids. For some reason, she reminded me of myself when I was that age. I walked forward, feeling less tense, though only for a second, because an instant later, someone spat at my feet and said, "You don't belong here, city rat. Go back to whatever stinking hole you crawled out of." The others around the fire nodded and grunted in agreement. I stopped and glared at them, trying to figure out who had spoken. A woman stood and stuck her chest out as if in response. She was lean and a head taller than me. Her dark hair was long and fell to her shoulders in many braids. There was kohl under her eyes and tight necklaces around her throat. She stood with grace and confidence. Call got in front of me, eyes flashing green for a second. "Get back to your food, Desna, or there'll be nothing but bones to pick." The woman laughed. "Just the way it'll be when I'm done with this pathetic morsel." She pointed at me. When she was done with me? She sounded as if she was going to get a go at me. What in Lux's name were these wildlings planning to do with me? From the sound of it, I was to become their food, like Tello. Novak opened his mouth to say something, but the one with the honey-colored mane and yellow eyes spoke. "Always so hungry," he said in a suggestive tone. "I'm up for a few nibbles if that's what you have in mind." A few of the wildlings behind Desna laughed. "Go a goat, Maki," She spat. He just laughed. Desna's upper lip twitched, but if she was going to say something, it was interrupted by Chieftess Yura calling for us to join her. "Duty calls," Call said with a shrug. Desna bared her teeth at me, just like an alley dog. "Savage," I said under my breath. But, judging by the way she lunged at me, I figured she heard me. I landed on my back with an oomph and covered my face, while the rabid dog on top of me tried to rip my face off. Chapter 24. Why the attack had come as a surprise to me made no sense. What else was I to expect? I was surrounded by savages. Desna balled her fist and threw a punch at my jaw. I blocked it with my forearm, then another and another. The wildlings around us cheered, and I doubted anyone was going to pull the mad creature off me. I tried to muster the energy to fight back, but only nausea rose in response as her skin made contact with mine. "Kill the damn rat!" someone shouted, confirming my suspicions. I blocked another fist, but the next one scraped past my cheekbone as I, too late, turned my face away. The sting of the blow was a dire warning to the fear of losing my teeth. I had nightmares about that all the time. As if that wasn't enough, I seemed to have an aversion to skin-to-skin contact. What was wrong with me? "Fight, Jazz, fight!" I snapped out of my shock, my fighting instincts finally gathering. Bucking like a horse, I thrust my hips up, throwing Desna off balance. As she tried to right herself, I pushed her off and rolled on top of her. I was dying to smash her nose with a hammer blow, but I feared what the wildlings might do if I killed one of their own. So instead, I jumped off her and started to take a step back. Big mistake. With a growl, Desna wrapped her legs around mine and brought me to the ground again. Lightning fast, she straddled me and landed a blow on the left side of my mouth. Pain exploded across my face. The wildlings' cheers rang in my ears like 1,000 high-pitched crows. Desna cocked her fists back. 2? I blinked. The fists became 1. I was seeing double. I covered my face and tucked my chin. The teeth on my left side were throbbing, and one felt loose. "Enough!" The chieftess's voice boomed. The cheering stopped. Someone pulled Desna off me and dragged her away. She kicked all the way until they dropped her to the side like a doll. It was Maki. He threw me a quick glance and shook his head as if disappointed. Call offered me his hand, a sad expression on his face. I turned away from him and got to my feet on my own. The world turned. Faces leered at me, pulling in and out of my field of vision. I pushed at my tooth with my tongue. It didn't move. Maybe it was fine and I'd been imagining things. A hand pressed to my cheek. I surveyed the circle of wildlings that had gathered around me. Desna got to her feet and dusted her backside. "And this is to be one of my rivals? Pathetic!" She spat the words with as much hatred as I felt for the whole lot of them. And what was she talking about? Rivals? I said, "Enough." The chieftess's voice again. She stepped forward. "You disrespect my rule, Desna." She spoke with such anger that a few of the wildlings stepped back, widening the circle. Desna's chin trembled as she eyed Chieftess Yura with unconcealed animosity. I expected the chieftess to yell at her and order a punishment. At the academy, Even the wrong type of look could land you in solitary confinement. But she just stepped closer and asked a quiet question. "What if it had been you who was taken from your pack?" What? Was she implying that I'd been taken from a pack? No, I wasn't buying that. Filthy wildling blood didn't run through my veins. It wasn't something you could hide or control. I'd never shifted into a dog. The women glared at each other for a drawn-out moment. And, finally, Desna relinquished, lowered her gaze, and stepped back, becoming part of the circle. How was she allowed to look at her leader with such contempt? No wonder these savages were reduced to hiding from the Academy's magistrates, squatting in whatever piece of land they could find and moving when discovered. The chiefess strolled around the circle, holding everyone's gaze, as if asking, "Who dares challenge me?" I knew from my studies that this was exactly what she was doing, daring them to fight her for her post. She was the top dog, but only as long as she was stronger than all the other dogs. Her rule was always in jeopardy, always up for grabs. What a mess! Infighting was like a disease in the internal organs of the packs. No one stepped up to challenge her. Not today, though her time was sure to come. Against my will, I felt a small amount of admiration for her. She must be ruthless in battle to intimidate much younger wildlings and subject them to her rule. At last, she gestured with her hand, and the circle broke. The wildlings dragged their feet back to their fires and abandoned their meals. Chiefess Yura stepped closer and scrutinized me, her eyes sweeping down the length of my body as if she were reassessing me. Concern and perhaps disappointment flashed across her features. Call's deep voice rumbled in his chest. "Let's eat. I've had enough for tonight. Besides, this isn't where she'll prove herself." He turned and walked away. Novak pressed a hand to my arm and attempted to guide me forward. I flinched and pulled back. "Don't touch me." My stomach clenched, and I felt myself back in that pit, corpses rolling over me, cold and lifeless. Novak flinched and held his hands up. "Sorry, princess." If I hadn't been on the brink of vomiting, I would have taught him not to call me that. The only way for me to be further away from being a princess was to be a wildling. Even though I didn't want to follow them, I moved along, dragging my feet. I sat next to the chiefess on the stump she offered me. Most of the wildlings that sat around her large fire stared at me with open hostility, but a few watched me curiously, as if they expected me to perform tricks like a circus monkey. They weren't too far from the truth. I did have a trick in mind, but it was a disappearing act. Chapter 25. A heavy-set man handed me a wooden bowl filled with pieces of meat and stewed root vegetables of some kind. Steam rose and tickled my nose. My stomach growled despite myself, but I was afraid to eat any of it, since the effects of the elderberries hadn't completely passed. "Eat," the chiefess said, gesturing toward her mouth with her hand. I could probably stomach a few of the vegetables, but with my hands, I exchanged a glance with Novak, who was licking meat juice from his fingers, his tongue lapping upward very slowly. I broke eye contact. "What the Ew!" Call growled at him, eyes flashing green. He seemed pissed and was acting like I belonged to him or something. Fat chance. Novak just shrugged and kept eating. Picking up a piece of food with the tips of my forefinger and thumb, I examined it from all angles. "It's rabbit stew," Chiefess Yura said. "It's very good. Trust me." At least it wasn't rat. I liked rabbit, and this smelled particularly good. There was a hint of rosemary and something else. Maybe my stomach wouldn't turn inside out if I tried it. I popped it in my mouth. The juices hit the cut inside my mouth, making it burn. I winced. "She doesn't like it?" the man who'd handed me the food asked incredulously. "Probably too used to eating filet mignon and caviar." He huffed. How the heck did he know about fancy food? Wasn't he supposed to be a savage? The man was heavy-set and was leaning over a big pot, scooping stew into more wooden bowls. He wore a braided beard that was tucked inside his shirt. His small eyes flashed in my direction, but I sensed no real animosity in them. "I'm sorry," I said. "It's not your food, but a cut inside my mouth. The stew is excellent." I inclined my head, suddenly realizing my manners and upbringing had taken over. I didn't owe these people any respect. They were holding me prisoner. "Did you hear that?" the cook asked. "Excellent," she said. He nodded in approval, his mouth pulling down as he did so. "Learn some manners, you wildlings." He put a hand to his protruding stomach and laughed. The rest around the circle laughed with him. My shoulders relaxed of their own accord, as if someone had waved the tension away. I frowned at my stew and a curled-up piece of something green. "It's fiddleheads," the chiefess said. For the next few minutes, I ate, chewing slowly and wishing everyone would stop staring at me. No such luck. I ate only a quarter of the food, afraid to overdo it. I rubbed my fingers together, uncomfortable with the stew juice drying on them. I needed to wash my hands, but where? The chiefess answered my question by picking up a handful of dirt and rubbing her hands together. So not sanitary. Instead, I started to wipe my sticky finger on my tunic, but Ela threw a disapproving glance in my direction, so I resigned myself to using dirt. Without preamble, Chiefess Yura stood and pulled the knife she'd used to cut my ropes out of her belt. She made a loop around the fire, twirling the weapon in her hand and staring at everyone in challenge. I sat at the edge of the log, my hands opening and closing. Something about the chiefess's attitude was making me nervous, and I had a feeling her defiance had something to do with me. After one turn around the fire, which garnered everyone's attention, she returned to her seat on the log and said, "Sometimes words can echo in their emptiness." She spoke loudly enough that wildlings around the other fires stood and began to move closer. "Sometimes proof is needed," she continued. "Even if we all know the Academy takes our children and turns their magic against us, we can never be sure which ones belong to us. They change so much. They are brainwashed. They are turned into infernal weapons against their own kind. We have lost so many. Every pack and coven has lost so many." The wildlings were nodding, agreeing with their chiefess. An old man sitting directly across from me lowered his head and wiped a tear with a quick swipe of his hand. "How can we ever prevail if, when we fight the Academy, we fight ourselves?" the chiefess asked. The wildlings murmured among themselves, nodding, while I fought not to jump to my feet to call her words lies, to assure her effort to trick me with this staged charade wasn't going to work. But I was rooted to the spot, mesmerized by her intensity and everyone's pain-filled expressions. But their tyrant rule over us won't last forever. The packs are changing. Our magic grows stronger. Our new and young powerful triad is proof of that. She gestured toward Kal, Novak, and Maki, who stood shoulder to shoulder at the edge of the circle. So I'd been right. They were a triad. I shuddered with the knowledge. According to the Academy, triads were something special. They consisted of 3 alphas who were linked together by some magic. They couldn't only speak in each other's minds like regular alphas, but they could also share their power and healing abilities with each other, making them almost indestructible. But the way the chiefess was talking about them made them seem even more special than other triads. Why? I peered at them as if I would see the difference, but to me they looked like the rest of the wildlings, tattooed, dirty, savage. A triad like this one doesn't come around but once every 100 years, Chiefess Yura continued. The next stage is critical to ensure the best leader is selected. If a triad was something to give you nightmares, a tetrad was way worse. 3 alphas bound together by strange magic were indeed powerful, but they could also be unruly, always trying to outdo each other, infighting, desperate to prove who was top dog. So they needed a leader, another alpha who was typically a female, since the packs in our territory had always been matriarchies. This meant that the wildlings had yet to compete for the post. Leading a triad was a position of great importance, which meant that all the alpha females in the pack must be ready to fight for the privilege. I scanned the crowd until I found Desna. She was standing at the edge of the crowd, arms crossed. Her upper lip twitched as hatred vibes flowed from her dark eyes. A terrible weight settled in the pit of my stomach. And this is to be one of my rivals? Pathetic. Her words reverberated inside my head with a meaning I refused to contemplate. Every, and I mean every female pack member has the right to fight, to become this triad's leader, if they so desire. It is our way, our rules. The chiefess lifted her knife. At this, the wildlings didn't seem to agree as heartedly as before. Several shook their heads and stared at me as if I'd murdered their newborn cubs. I pushed closer to the edge of the log, growing more and more worried about this speech. She had already told me I was a wildling, and that was a stretch, but this? I was not a shifter, much less an alpha. She was insane. Surreptitiously, I glanced over my shoulder toward the woods, judging the distance and wondering how far I'd be able to get if I ran. When I turned back, I found Kal smirking. There was a challenge in his expression, as if he wanted me to try to escape. My human legs were nothing against a wolf's. I wouldn't make it but a few yards before he clamped his rabid jaws around my ankle and stopped me dead in my tracks. No, I had to be smart about this. I had to bide my time, wait for the perfect opportunity. Turning to me, Chiefess Yura undid her right braid, grabbed a handful of her long hair at her temple, and stretched it out to one side. Next, she lifted her sharp knife, placed it close to her scalp, and hacked off a chunk of hair in one swift motion. The wildlings gasped and exchanged confused glances. "If you want proof, you will have proof," the chiefess said as she hacked more pieces of dark hair. As she worked, she stared straight at me, discarding clumps that fell to the ground like dead moles. After she'd removed the bulk of her hair, she ran the sharp edge of the knife over the side of her head, shaving it closely. Goosebumps prickled in my arms at the raspy sound. When she was done, Chieftess Yura threw the knife down. It stuck to the ground, impaling itself and quivering for a moment. A man standing to the chieftess's right pointed at her head. "It's the same mark," he said, his eyes wide. The rate of my breathing had tripled. Sweat pooled around my neck and hands. I wanted to flee, run as far as I could before my life turned even weirder than it already had. Chieftess Yura crouched in front of me and turned the right side of her face in my direction, showing me the spot she'd just shaved. Tears filled my eyes, blurring my view of a birthmark in the shape of a perfect waxing moon. "They took you from me, Sheila," she said, her voice trembling. "They took you and killed your father. But now you're here, back where you belong." I shook my head, angry tears spilling down my face. "There is power in you," she said. "Enough to fight and be the Triad's alpha." Chapter 26. I jerked to my feet, hands trembling at my sides. Rage burned in my chest like some terrible force that had been trapped inside of me to be released at this exact moment. "It's all lies," I said in a low voice that was charged with all the emotions crowding my throat. I swallowed, ready to tell this woman and all her wildlings what I thought of their triad, their alpha, and the awful lie that she was my mother. But Chieftess Yura cut me off. "You know it's true." "No, it's not possible." I shook my head forcefully. "I'm not a shifter. I've never turned into a—" "It's the coda. Its magic prevents it." I glanced at my wrist tattoo, my mind doing somersaults to try to deny it. Desperation clawed at my chest. I took a step back, ready to flee, but the chieftess threw herself at me and wrapped me tightly in her arms. I cringed, fearing skin contact, but her hands landed on my clothed back. At first, I thought her embrace was meant to be some misplaced show of affection, but she immediately rid me of that supposition. With blood-curdling intensity, she spoke in my ear. "If you don't do as I say, I'll kill you myself. I'll slit your throat so fast you won't know the warm stuff spilling around your neck is your own blood." My heart froze, and whatever words I was about to utter died in my throat. As she held me, my eyes drifted to the mark on the side of her head. It was identical to mine down to the last detail, even the cut-off tip at the base of the crescent. Many times I had wondered where my birthmark had come from, and now I knew. I couldn't deny it. The wildling was my mother, and she was willing to kill me if I didn't obey. My heart squeezed so hard that I felt dizzy. The people who had raised me and the woman who had given birth to me both wanted me dead. Why wasn't I enough? Tears pooled in my eyes. I bit my lower lip and focused on the pain. I would not cry in front of these savages. Someone across the crowd caught my attention. She was staring at me with a combination of longing and pity. It was Ela. My sister? I had a sister? I pushed away from Chieftess Yura. She held me at arm's length, a proud expression on her features. There was no trace of the scorn I'd heard in her voice just a moment ago. Instead, there was pride in her eyes and a smile that, if I didn't know better, could be mistaken for fondness. She was putting on an act for her pack. "My daughter will fight," she said, swiveling to face the others while keeping a hand on my shoulder. "It is our ultimate desire to bring all our children home. Well, here is the first one." She pushed me. I staggered forward a step, nostrils flaring, fists tight with impotence. "And she will not be treated any differently than any other members of the pack. Not if you want your own children to be accepted when we finally claim them back." Fight? She would see me dead one way or another. No one said anything. It made me wonder if everyone here had lost a child, a grandkid, a sibling, to the academy. I thought of all my friends, all of those who had died with their faces submerged in a hot spring while their blood drained from their veins, leaving them pale and frigid and discarded. Would they have been better off here? They were dead in a mass grave. But was this much different? Of course it is. A voice I didn't want to listen to said inside my head. Despite my anger, I could feel the person I had once been slowly dying, becoming little more than a cold, faded corpse. I feared what would be left in her place. Did I even want to know? When no one spoke up, Chieftess Yura pointed to the cook. He nodded, removed the pot of stew from the coals, and, reverently lowering his head, walked away. The chiefess produced her knife once more and stood over the bed of hot coals. "By my blood," she said, "I attest a triad has formed in our pack." She ran the edge of the knife over the palm of her hand, drawing blood. "The triad has come to me, your chiefess. They seek a leader to be complete." She stretched her hand over the coals and made a tight fist. A line of blood ran over the edges of her palm and, as if in slow motion, fell toward the embers. "Novuk," she said. There was a hiss as the blood splattered on the coals. "Maki," another hiss. "Call," another. The triad stepped forward, their own knives at the ready. One by one they leaned over the coals, cut their palms, and squeezed their own blood over the coals. Call finished last. He touched his bloody hand to the side of his face, leaving behind the imprint of his palm. His green eyes darted in my direction. He bared his teeth, then ran his tongue over them, hungrily flashing 2 large canines fit for the animal that he was. Fear, like a lash, hit the center of my chest. I didn't want to be one of these creatures, violently ravaged by animalistic instincts, unable to use reason to prevail over a twisted nature. I should have died in that hot spring, if only my will to live wasn't so strong. "The triad has declared their desire for an alpha," the chiefess said, once the 3 men had moved aside. "Who among you is strong enough to command their powers?" Even before the chiefess finished asking the question, Desna strode into the circle, brandishing her knife. She made a cut over her palm while staring straight at me. Her blood burned as it hit the coals. Smoke drifted in coils from the soaked embers, releasing a strange smell into the air. 4 other young women came to the center of the circle and offered their blood. They all stared at me with murder in their eyes while I stood there, wrinkling my nose at the smoke and watching as it coiled at our feet like snakes. I inhaled, my head filled with the intoxicating blend of everyone's blood. Feeling dizzy, I stared down at my boots as the smoke slithered up my legs. Now it moved up my thighs, exerting pressure, caressing me. I blinked, thinking it was impossible. Smoke couldn't do that. I peered over at Maki, whose voice seemed to echo in my ear. "Sheila," he said, though his lips weren't moving. Next to him, Novak's gaze swept the length of my body. I glanced away, and my attention landed on Call. Through the front of his open leather vest, his muscular chest moved up and down. He looked aroused. "Be mine," Call's deep voice whispered in my ear. "What the?" The smoke finished climbing my legs and slid up my torso, brushing my stomach and breasts. The touch should have repelled me, but instead it filled me with pleasure. "It's dark magic, Jazz." A part of me screamed inside my brain. I fought the heady sensation and managed to pull away from its strange, exhilarating pull. Looking around, I discovered that everybody wore a lost expression on their faces. Some swayed gently from side to side, blissful smiles stretching their lips. Others hugged themselves and appeared restful and content. Chieftess Yura appeared in front of me and forced her knife into my hand. "Your turn," she said, then pressed a hand to the side of my neck and slid her thumbnail across my throat in a reminder of her threat. Feet dragging, I walked toward the coals, possibilities bouncing inside my head. Escape wasn't possible right now. I was surrounded, trapped inside a circle of wildlings. But I couldn't do what she wanted, yet it would buy me time, and that was all I needed. I could spill my blood on their stupid coals. I could lie just as I'd been lied to my entire life. Then, when they least expected it, I would surprise them. Screw honor, it didn't exist. The Academy had pounded endless lessons about it into my head, and yet they had none. I didn't see why I should. So, holding up my left hand, I flicked the sharp knife over my extended palm. Blood accumulated in the center, shining crimson. Staring at the triad, I turned my hand over and let the pooled blood splash on the embers. Hiss. My vision went red. Voices whispered in my ears once more. Tongues licked the length of my neck. A hand pressed against the small of my back, while sharp claws raked across my shoulders. I moaned as a thrill ran from my core through the rest of my body. You are ours. Chapter 27. Delicious heat surrounded me, trapped me. It lapped over my skin. I squirmed, trying to deny the exhilarating sensation coursing through me. Strong hands caressed my face, my arms, my legs. I knew this touch should repulse me, and I should pull away. But this was different. I didn't want it to stop. My body arched. I breathed in and out with something like relief, but maybe it was pleasure. I'd never felt such heat before, such desire for more. A knocking sound distracted me, pulling me away from the blissful touch. I fought to stay, grasped for the ethereal thread of my dream, but it slipped away, and I opened my eyes to the inside of the tent. My head swam, and a headache throbbed behind my eyes. The knocking sound was coming from outside, and it wasn't helping the pounding in my head, not in the least. I pushed the cover off, sat up, and planted my feet on the ground. The skin on my arms rose in goose flesh as the chilly spring air cut through me. I frowned at the dead coals in the pit. They'd kept them stoked while I'd been sick from the berries, but clearly they'd abandoned the task now that I was better. I thought back to last night and wondered how I got in the tent. The last thing I remembered was standing by the fire, the smoke, and the voices in my head. I stood, rubbing my jaw. I felt swollen from where Desna had decked me. The ground was cold and hard against my bare feet. I glanced around and found the boots they'd given me under the cot. Had I taken them off? I didn't remember doing it. But I did remember the chiefess's words. "They took you from me, Sheila. They took you and killed your father. But now you're here, back where you belong." Her daughter, a wildling, a wolf? I shook the idea as more memories rushed in. Her threat to slice my throat, the knife, my blood splattering onto the hot coals. Digging stiff fingers into my temples, I struggled to remember what had happened after all of that. Nothing came to me. My head pounded with the constant knocking sound outside. Wildlings, I cursed under my breath. Absently, I stared at my hands, searching for the telltale wound. But it was gone. Had I dreamed all of that? After a few beats, I realized my hands and feet weren't bound. I'd slept, presumably all night, without any ropes to tie me down. I cursed again. You could have escaped. What is wrong with you, Jazz? Though it was possible. Maybe they'd put something in that rabbit stew to make me sleep. I still had to deal with the guards outside, but after what they'd put me through last night, I was more than ready to smash someone's face, even if I died in the process. As quietly as possible, I slipped on my boots and walked to the tent flap. Slowly, I took a knee, pushed the flap aside, and peeked outside. I expected to find someone standing guard, but there seemed to be no one there. I slunk out of the tent, staying low to the ground. It was even colder outside, and my arms pressed closer to my body of their own accord. Crickets still chirped, and the sun had only begun to rise. It was barely the break of dawn, but judging by the murmur of conversation nearby, there seemed to be activity around the camp already, not to mention that infernal knocking. I circled the tent, moving like a thief in the night. It seemed the wildlings had expected whatever they'd put in my food to keep me asleep well past dawn. Well, they were in for a surprise when they came looking for me. Crouching, I crept from under the shadow of my tent to the next. I stopped, my heart already racing. I listened intently for any sounds from inside the tent. I heard none. My head turned toward the incessant knocking, something that sounded like the crash of wood against wood. Maybe it was some sort of wake-up call to get even the laziest of the wildlings out of their tents. I hurried forward and slipped toward another tent. My supple boots were as silent as if I were walking on clouds. I had to admit the wildlings' leatherwork was outstanding, though maybe they should focus more on developing indoor plumbing. The knocking sound got louder the closer I got to the edge of the camp. I considered going in the other direction, but that would increase my chances of being discovered. Instead, I continued forward and crouched behind a row of bushes. Peering through the foliage, I tried to see past it. Grunts and agitated breaths joined to the sound of wood crashing against wood. Through a gap between the leaves, a pair of legs came into view. They moved quickly, as if in some sort of dance. Pushing a branch aside, I widened the opening and discovered 3 wildlings sparring in the clearing beyond. Call, Maki, and Novak. They were shirtless, each holding a long, polished staff, wielding it as if it were an extension of their lithe bodies. Howl whirled his weapon over his head, caught it on the way down, and jabbed it toward Novak's head. In spite of his height and bulk, Novak ducked with tremendous agility and swept at his attacker's feet with his own staff. Howl jumped several feet up into the cold air, defying all laws of physics, rolled out of the way at the same time that he thrust his staff at the approaching Maki. Abandoning his attack on Howl, Novak went for Maki, brandishing his staff like a sword, delivering blow after blow. Maki parried them easily, then got on all fours and leaped at the big guy. I watched, hypnotized. I had seen many skillful fighters at the academy, but this was different. This was effortless, graceful, and completely mesmerizing. Gratefully, I had the sense to snap out of my trance and get my head back on the situation at hand. This was my chance to get out of here, and I couldn't waste it watching 3 guys that would gladly use those skills on me if they discovered me. No, by the time these fools finished with their games, I'd be long gone, on my way to Augusta, and from there to who knew where. I didn't want to live in places where skews infected the land, but I didn't have another choice. There I would at least be able to forget everything that had happened and could rebuild my tattered life. Following along the thick bushes, I headed for the woods, the smell of freedom and pine needles guiding me onward. Chapter 28. I made it out of the camp, heart pounding, but once under the cover of the trees, the dread of being discovered went from a roiling boil to a low simmer. Back pressed against a thick trunk, I took a moment to catch my breath. After a few beats, I moved deeper into the trees, treading quietly, hiding behind big trees, and casting glances in every direction. Surely the camp's perimeter was guarded, and there were bound to be early risers hunting or doing their business in a hole. With every step away from the wildlings, hope grew. I wanted to leave the academy and the chiefess and her claims far behind. I had been led to believe that our lands were the best place in the world to live, that Lux City was an example of what was right and holy. But all their claims and teachings were falsehoods. They hated the savages, and yet they kidnapped their children and turned them into wildling-killing warriors. It was twisted, evil. I needed to get far, far away from all of this. What they'd taught me about how the rest of the world lived was most certainly another lie, and I was determined to find my place among those stales and skews. Away from this place, I would forget everything. I prowled silently like a mountain lion. The clothes I wore offered perfect camouflage. I only wished I had a jacket to stave off the morning chill, but soon the sun would be up, and it would make no difference. Suddenly my stomach twisted violently. I took hold of a nearby tree, bending over and stifling a cry. I waited for the pain to pass, but it remained steady. I ground my teeth, taking in choppy breaths. "Lux, this is worse than the elderberries." Maybe that dew had contained more than just a sedative to make me sleep. I shook my head. Why would they save me from one poison just to give me another one? It made no sense. Of course, half of what the wildlings did defied logic, and it wasn't for the likes of me to understand their schemes. Either way, if I was to die from whatever they'd given me, I wouldn't give them the pleasure of seeing me suffer. I took a step forward. The pain in my gut grew more intense. I groaned, a hand pressed to my middle. Teeth clenched, I staggered forward, and with each step away from the camp, the pain redoubled. So maybe it wasn't poison. Maybe it was a witch's curse, some sort of ward surrounding the camp, which meant all I had to do was step out of its boundaries. With jolts of pain shooting from my gut to the rest of my body, I rushed forward like a drunkard, intent on breaking past the bewitched perimeter. A spear of agony lanced down my spine. Growling, I fell to my knees. Sweat dripped down my forehead and ran into my eyes. I folded forward, arms wrapped around my waist. Die if you must. Die, but don't let them capture you. Death would be preferable to the fate life had dealt me, to what Chiefess Yura had in mind for my future. But my instinct of self-preservation betrayed me, and, the next thing I knew, I was crawling back the way I'd come, the pain lessening and lessening the closer I got to the camp. Breathing heavily and sweating like a pig, I arrived back at the edge of the woods. I collapsed next to a tree and stayed on my back, staring at the lightening sky through the leaves, until 3 shadows fell across my prone body. The triad was standing over me, their wooden staffs held casually to the side. Maki pursed his full lips and frowned. I guess this definitely proves she's Pack. What, you still had doubts? Novak asked, casting a massive shadow as if he were some sort of giant. His hair was as wild as a bramble. He probably even kept a pet tarantula and all that mess. He was in sore need of that greasy stuff he slicked it with when he came to Lux City. Maki shrugged. Call squatted, his emerald gaze traveling over my face, while a huge smile stretched his full lips. Well, you're up early. Had to pee? I struggled to my feet, ignoring Call's hand as he offered me help. That's none of your business, I said. Of course, what sort of manners can I expect from a savage? I spoke this last bit to the tree, which was more likely to understand manners than these 3. How far did you manage to get? Maki asked. Not far enough, I growled. Did you make it to the creek? Novak asked. I frowned. Creek? Huh, Call exclaimed. I win. Pay up. He extended a hand to the others, who reluctantly handed him a couple of small leather pouches. Were you taking bets? I asked indignantly. Of course, Call said, weighing the pouches in his hand and smiling widely. His teeth were perfectly straight, with no sign of sharp canines. Most were betting you'd be able to leave, even this fool. He hooked his thumb toward Maki, who was looking rather angrily toward the pouch he'd just lost. I vaguely wondered what was in the bag. Wildlings didn't use money. Their currency varied widely. Most commonly, they traded the goods they made or the game they hunted. But Maki's next comment, or insult, I should say, made me too angry to give it more thought. I mean, how can she be Pack? The bush-for-hair savage asked. Look at her. Call and Novak did just that, their eyes sweeping from the tip of my boots to the top of my head. Novak cocked his head to one side, lifting his eyebrows as if saying, How indeed? That's why I won and you 2 lost. Call smirked and pocketed his winnings. What's so wonderful about being a wildling? I burst out, losing my temper. Look at your hair. I pointed at Novik's head. I bet if you combed it, an entire tarantula colony would file a complaint. He touched the side of his head, looking injured. I've been sparring. And you? I gestured toward Maki. When was the last time you had 2 brows instead of that huge monstrosity? Call laughed, stroking his perfect eyebrows as if to make Maki jealous. And look at you. I turned on Call. You look like you never finished shifting. I pointed at his hairy arms and chest. You have more fur than a shaggy rug. I wrinkled my nose. Excuse me? He said, indignation in his tone. Females happen to like this. He proudly patted his chest. Females? I laughed. You mean 4-legged dogs as hairy as you? Hey, that's not nice, he exclaimed. And what is so great about being a denizen? Maki shot back. You don't even like each other. That's ridiculous, of course we do, I said, remembering my friends. Val's handsome face flashed before me, making my heart ache. I briefly wondered what he might be doing. Had he missed me? Lux, his life was such a fraud. At what point would he be disabused of all the lies? How would the magistrates justify them? What would he think if he'd learned what I had? Was he also a wolf wildling? Or a mage from one of the covens? I pushed the questions aside and focused on Maki. You do? He asked, feigning surprise. You could have fooled me. The way all those raggedy people wander around, begging for food and shelter and getting nothing but insults. My mouth opened and closed while he stared at me with righteousness, his single brow raised in triumph. They're unproductive members of society, I finally managed. I wonder why that is. Call rubbed his chin, swiveling his eyes from side to side. And you do your business right on top of someone else's waste, Maki said, his face twisted in disgust. Need I say more? It's nothing like that, I argued. It's hygienic, but you probably don't even know what that word means, you illiterate fools. What? Call asked. What did she just call us? Rest my case. I crossed my arms over my chest. He'll come around, Maki said. You're not a true city rat after all. You belong here. I do not, I assured him. And even if this isn't some elaborate lie, I could never live here. I gestured toward the camp with disdain. Pack blood runs through your veins, whether you like it or not. Novak took a step closer, looming over me, his pile of wild hair making him appear even taller. Sweat peppered his muscular torso. His pecs were the size of dinner plates. It sure does. Call stepped closer, too, much closer. The scent of his musk reached me. He smelled as sweet as the woods behind me, when he should have been just as smelly as a pile of old garbage after the heavy workout he'd just had. I stood my ground, determined not to let them intimidate me. Lies, I said weakly, because what else could I do? If it wasn't true, Maki stepped next to Novak. If you weren't Pack, you would have been able to escape just now. He gestured toward the woods. I shook my head, confused. Call took it upon himself to explain. He means that last night's ceremony bound you, and if you weren't Pack, that wouldn't have happened. You can't go far until the trials are over. Whatever hope of escape I'd had died that very moment. Every bone in my body screamed with the knowledge and the remnants of the pain I'd felt as I'd tried to run from this godforsaken place. The magistrates had educated me on the power of blood magic, and I'd just experienced a taste of it. At least, this part of my teaching seemed to be true. "I think she understands," Novik said, backing away. I was trembling all over, frustration and impotence coursing through me like earthquakes. Call backed away next. "Best to leave her to it. She looks like she's about to blow her bald head." I growled, losing the last thread of my frayed temper. Lowering my head, I charged him. Chapter 29. I slammed against Call, wrapping my arms around his waist and pushing with all my might. He felt as solid as a mountain, but I'd taken him by surprise, so he lost his balance and fell. Once on top of him, I released a vicious punch to his throat, rolled off to the side, and snatched the staff out of his limp hand. He curled up, pressing a hand to his neck and coughing violently, while I faced the other two wildlings, whirling the staff. Maki nodded appreciatively. "Not bad." Novik stared at Call, an amused expression on his face. It seemed he found his packmates' suffering entertaining. While they stood there like idiots, I went at them. If there was no triad to fight over, if I killed them, whatever blood curse bound me to these people would die, right? And then I'd be able to leave. I swung the staff over my head and aimed for Novik's face. I was fast. The staff whistled through the air, true to its target. By Lux, I should have struck him. But he was fast, too. He seemed to blur as he ducked and rose his own staff to meet mine. The clash of our weapons reverberated through the forest. He spun, sweeping at my feet with one leg. I jumped, then sidestepped and jabbed him in the ribs. I felt triumphant as the impact traveled the length of my wooden weapon, but he barely winced. Instead, he took hold of my staff and pulled. I staggered forward until it occurred to me to let go. I did, though not soon enough, and my momentum carried me within his reach. "Not bad," he said, though not good enough. "I don't know," Maki said from where he'd reclined against a nearby tree. "She did tickle your ribs." Call had, by now, crawled to Maki's side and was sitting on the ground, rubbing his neck. Not good enough? I had received some of the best training for years, training especially designed to deal with wildlings of all types, especially wolves, since several packs occupied the land surrounding Lux City. Not good enough? I would show him. Novik started to grab my arm, but I dodged left, then delivered a right hook between his legs. He howled as if the full moon was out, then bent over, holding himself. "Unacceptable," Maki spat, suddenly leaping to the air and shifting into a huge, yellow-eyed wolf. Once more, the transformation was seamless and painless, unlike the grotesque affair the Academy had taught us to expect. He finished shifting, and in the same fluid motion, leaped in my direction. Going limp, I dropped to my hands and knees. Maki sailed over my head. I started to scramble back up when a heavy weight fell on me and flattened me to the ground. Air whooshed out of my lungs. Two paws dug into my back, sharp claws prickling through my tunic. Wildling. I wasn't going to let him humiliate me like this. Gathering all my strength, I pushed up, trying to get him off balance. I came off the ground a foot at the most before the wolf smacked me back down, ridding me of what little air I'd managed to get back into my lungs. The wolf growled, bringing his snout close to my neck. "He says to stay down, or he'll lick your ear," Call said from the tree, his voice sounding hoarse. Obviously, they were talking in each other's heads through their alpha powers. Oh, goody! One bit of Academy knowledge they hadn't made up. "That's not what he said," Novik protested. "What he actually said is he'll rip out your throat." He was still holding his tender bits, looking furious. The wolf growled again. Call and Novik laughed. "He says," Call began, but stopped abruptly when a snapping noise came from the woods. They both turned at the same time, Novik slowly lowering himself to the ground and pressing a finger to his lips. The wolf jumped off my back and joined the others. I pushed up, taking deep breaths, and stared searchingly into the woods. A fair distance away from us, I spotted a horse weaving through the trees. I squinted and made out a few more. The riders' blue coats were unmistakable. It was a company of Academy guards. Chapter 30. A silent message seemed to pass between Call and Novik as they nodded at each other. Call turned to me, pointed to his eyes, then at me. "They're looking for you," he was saying. I crawled slowly to where they all lay on their stomachs. My heart knocked against my ribs at the sight of all those blue uniforms. There were about 25 of them. Guards, I suspected. Apprentices wore the same color uniforms, but they wouldn't send young students, not without magistrates anyway. I frowned. Why guards? They normally were dedicated to protecting the Academy. Maybe it was because my escape had been their mess-up. But no magistrates? That was odd. When I noticed Captain Silex leading the group, I almost choked. A wide strip of bandage covered her left cheek, but I could still tell it was her. The way she rode her horse, straight as a rod, was unmistakable. She had a commanding figure that had always inspired respect in me, which now I found was morphing into unadulterated fear and hatred. When she found me up in the tree, she'd been ready to kill me. No second thoughts, no scruples. All despite the fact that she'd been my teacher and seemed to care about my fate as an initiate. Now, ironically, I felt safer with these wildlings than I would with any member of the Lux Academy. At least, that was what I thought until I spotted Val. At the sight of him, my head reared up involuntarily. Novik pushed me back down. Conflicting emotions fought in my chest. That was my best friend out there. He couldn't possibly be here to hurt me. He wouldn't allow it. I glanced sideways at the three wildlings, considering jumping to my feet and crying out Val's name. It was hard to tell due to the similar uniforms, but he seemed to be the only apprentice present. Why had they brought him? It made no sense. Unless he was almost as imposing as Captain Silex on a black gelding with a white star on its forehead. It was a better horse than the one he'd ridden before, an apprentice's horse. A pang of envy hit me. I could be among them, a respected apprentice well on my way to becoming a magistrate. It was a stupid thought because, knowing what I knew now, there was no way I would voluntarily rejoin their ranks. Still, I couldn't control the way my weak heart squeezed with longing for the life that should have been. No, I couldn't call for Val. Maybe if he was alone. Maybe not even then. Throwing a glance over my shoulder, I surveyed the camp behind us. The pack was small, 50 people at most, including children and the elderly. If the guards moved closer, they would see the tops of the tents, and the pack would be discovered. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen next. The battle would be brutal and quick. The wildlings would stand no chance against a full troop. They would kill everyone, even the children, the little girl who rushed to welcome me. No, maybe not the children. Maybe they would take them, raise them on lies, then drown half of them in a hot spring. Bile burned in my throat at the thought. Call lay a hand on my clenched fist. It was trembling, and my fingernails had dug deep into my palms. There was concern on his face. I pulled away, the skin contact making my stomach flip. I glared to convey a warning to keep his hands off me. We stared at each other for a moment, and in his emerald-colored eyes, I saw the futility of my past life. In a flash, I recalled the death of all my friends, poisoned by those they trusted and disposed of into a common pit like garbage. Yes, the same would happen to some of the wildling children. Everyone else they would burn. These 3 who seemed ready to charge to defend their families, Ela who had healed me, and who in another life had been my older sister. Every single one would die at the hands of these guards, and it would be another massacre. I shook my head. I couldn't let that happen. If the captain and her murdering crew were here for me, that was who they would get. Inching out of Call's reach, I jumped to my feet and dashed away from the camp, the triad, and the guards, making sure to stay out of sight. When I was a safe distance away from the wildlings, I ran into the open, stomping heavily through the brush. "There," someone called out behind me. Horses neighed as their riders pulled on their reins. I ran faster, clenching my middle as the further I moved from the camp, pain grew in my gut. Soon hooves thundered after me. They would capture me, or I would die from the pain. Either way, no one but me would die today. Trees flashed by. I ran, my feet heavy as if loaded with lead. I growled through clenched teeth, pain ripping through me, eating me from the inside out. I would die before the guards caught up to me. Any moment now. The terrain became steep. I kept going. Keep going as far as you can. Images of the night of my escape from the academy blinked before my eyes. Blood, cold corpses, dogs pursuing me. Blinded by my fear, I stumbled and fell. I slid down the moss-covered steep path. My bones rattled. My ribs felt as if they were splitting open one at a time. I kept rolling, gaining speed. The sound of hooves was replaced by my own tumbling. My foot hit a rock. I screamed as my toes crunched. Everything tumbled and tumbled. Up was down and down was up. I was a stone, rolling down, descending endlessly. Suddenly I realized the forest around me had gone still. I'd gone still. Water tinkled nearby, gurgling happily. A tree with a hollow at its base stood next to me. Moving by pure instinct, I clawed at the moist black earth and crawled toward the hole. I curved my back into the vacant space, curling my legs into my stomach and tucking my head toward my knees. With a trembling hand, I grabbed handfuls of musty leaves and scattered them over me. Their dank smell filled my head. Another wave of pain and nausea raked through me. I bit my lip and stifled a whimper. Closing my eyes, I tried to think of the flowing water and little tadpoles swimming in the shadows. Instead, I felt the touch of a clammy hand on my face. My eyes sprang open, and suddenly I was in that pit again, surrounded by all those dead bodies. It took all I had not to climb out of the hole screaming. No one was there. I was alone. A branch snapped. I froze. Firm, confident steps approached. I'd left a perfect trail for any good tracker to follow. It was ludicrous to think I could escape. There was no point in hiding, no point in holding my breath and wrapping weak arms around my body. I would not die like a coward. I crawled out of the hollow and, fighting the crippling pain, stretched to my full height. My heart froze. Val, pristine and striking in his blue uniform, was standing right in front of me, his eyes open wide and his jaw slack in astonishment. Chapter 31. "Jazz," Val said in a frail voice. I fell to my knees and clutched my stomach, letting out an involuntary moan. He rushed to my side. "Jazz, are you okay?" His voice was so full of concern and tenderness that I nearly started to cry. Oh, Lux, would he be my undoing? "I'm so glad we found you," he said. I glanced up into his steel blue eyes. There was nothing in his expression that suggested a lie, a trap. He was genuinely relieved. "What's wrong?" He pointed toward my stomach. "Did they hurt you? Those bastards. I swear I'll kill them." I shook my head. A hot tear fell to my cheek, and a knot formed in my throat. My heart seemed to spasm, and the pain his presence and concern sparked in me were much worse than that of the blood curse, because I knew what had happened. They had lied to him. They had brought him here to be the trap, the lure. "Come on." He grabbed my arm. "I'll help you get back up the hill. Then we'll get the hell out of here. Everything will be all right." I freed my arm from his grasp. "I can't go back, Val," I said, my voice breaking. "Jazz." He examined my face carefully, as if looking for signs of madness. "You're not well. Please, let me help you." "No, they'll kill me," I whispered. "I won't let those wildlings touch you. I don't know what they want with you, but they will pay for this." "Not the wildlings," I said. "The magistrates, Captain Silex." "What?" he asked, shaking his head. "What did they do to you?" I clutched his coat and pulled him toward me. "They lied to us, Val. They kill the initiates who aren't chosen. I'm only alive because I didn't drink the wine and I escaped." He went on shaking his head as if he'd lost control of it. "Richard and Mary are dead. They're all dead." "No, Jazz, that didn't happen." He didn't sound sure at first, but as he pressed forward, his words grew firmer. "What did the wildlings feed you? Try to remember. You're hallucinating. You know the poisons they use. They corrupt your mind." I remembered the previous night's stew, the smoke curling up my body, the dreams. My chest filled with a mixture of doubts and hope. Val was right. It was all a construct. The wildlings had poisoned my mind and made me believe this nightmare. They had succeeded in kidnapping me from the beginning, and the rest was just a dream. He put an arm around my waist and started guiding me up the hill. "You need medicine to clear your mind. I promise you'll be fine." I went along, my steps short and hesitant, as I questioned if it all had been one huge drug-induced hallucination. The hot spring, my friends' cold bodies, the grave, the dogs, and Captain Silex. A set of green eyes flashed as an enormous white wolf leaped from behind a bush. His saucer-sized paws collided with Val's chest and sent him sprawling on his back. The wolf fell on top of Val and pinned him down, opened his jaws wide, and went for the throat. "Stop!" I shouted in my most commanding tone. I didn't expect the wolf to listen, but he did. His iridescent green eyes darted to mine as his open maw hung but an inch from Val's throat. Beneath the huge paws, Val stayed very still, his eyes glued to the 2-inch fangs threatening to rip out his throat. "Please, don't hurt him," I begged, taking a step closer. He's my friend." The wolf growled and dug his paws harder into Val's chest, claws ripping through the coat and drawing blood. "Call, please." I reached out a pleading hand, even as I bent over in pain. The wolf literally lifted an eyebrow, as if surprised I'd used his name. I had his attention, so I went on. "If you let him go, I'll do what you want. I'll fight. I'll die for Val." A violent wave of fresh pain raked through me. My breath was cut off by its intensity. It was a reminder that I didn't really have a choice. The blood curse was real. Its raw agony meant to always take me back to the pack. I inhaled deeply and spoke in a hoarse voice. "And I won't resist." It was hard to make this offer, but if he spared Val, if the only close friend I'd ever had lived on, I would be able to endure anything the wildlings put me through. Call kept on staring at me as if he was expecting something else from me. But what? There was nothing else I could offer, no other reassurances except... "I swear it," I said, remembering from my lessons how important oaths and promises were to the wildlings. The wolf inclined his head and stepped away from Val. My friend rolled off to the side and jumped to his feet, adopting a defensive crouch and looking menacing, despite the fact that there was nothing an apprentice could do against a wolf like this one. Val would have no magic for another year, and that made him as vulnerable as a baby in an eagle's talons. As he'd heard something I couldn't, Call's attention snapped to the top of the hill. Val glanced over his shoulder, a hopeful expression shaping his features. "They'll be here any moment, Chaz," he said. I shook my head. There was nothing I could say that Val could understand. In his mind, the wildlings would always be to blame. "Go, Val." I took a step toward the wolf, wondering if the other two were nearby. "He'll kill you if you don't." "You don't have to do this for me." His steel eyes flashed with hatred toward Call. "What did you do to her, beast?" The wolf growled and took a step forward. Without thinking, I put a hand on the top of his head, as if he were some sort of pet and not a ferocious wildling. To my surprise, Call rubbed his flank against my leg and lifted his head as if enjoying my touch. My first instinct was to pull away, but the touch of his fur was soft and comforting, nothing like the vile feel of naked skin. Strangely, the pain in my gut eased to a minor echo as I threaded my fingers through the soft white fur. Val's jaw had dropped, betrayal filling his eyes. He blinked and it was gone, replaced by his previous desperation to save me, to make me see that they'd poisoned my mind. Call's head turned toward the hill again. He notched me, directing me toward the bush he'd leaped from. "Goodbye, Val," I said, taking a few steps back. "Don't do it." He reached out a hand. "Whatever they've told you, it's a trick. Lies. If you only knew, Val. Call took a few threatening steps toward Val, a rumble in his chest. Val glared at the wolf, seemingly ready to risk it all to save me. Tears wavered in my eyes. I turned away from Val and ran through the heavy brush. Ahead, 2 wolves stepped into my path, bringing me to a stop. Their blue and yellow eyes flashed like an identifying calling card. Novak came close and nudged my leg, throwing me off balance. "Hey, cut it out," I snapped. He did it again, then pointed a large snout toward his back. Did he want me to ride him? Shouts broke through the silence of the forest. "This way," a voice echoed, bouncing off the trees and making my heart jump. Lux, how close were they? Novak nudged me again, his blue eyes pleading. The shape of his wolf features formed an incongruous expression. His huge maw and sharp teeth spoke of a savage creature. But what I really saw in that moment was sympathy, understanding, and a desire to help me. Aware that the wolves would not lead my pursuers toward the camp, I climbed on Novak's back, even as my instincts and all the things I'd been taught collided inside my mind, setting off shrill bells of alarm. Novak began walking gently. At first, I simply held on to his scruff, but as he sped up, I found myself laying on his back and wrapping my arms around his thick neck. His breaths were deep and steady. Maki ran next to us, and Call soon joined us. The pain that should have twisted inside me this far from the camp completely disappeared. It was like the curse knew I had no intention of leaving anymore. They snaked through paths too narrow for horses, changing direction with confidence as if they knew the woods by heart. I closed my eyes and silently told Val goodbye once more. I would never see him again, and the realization hurt. I knew his destiny, what he would become, but my own fate had become a mystery. And when I solved it, would it show me an open path or a dead end? Chapter 32. I don't know how long I rode on Novak's back. I should have been afraid, but instead I felt safe. They didn't want to kill me and put me in a common grave, at least not yet. My fate at their hands might be worse in the end, but for now this was better than the alternative. I wasn't deluded, though. When the trials came around, it would all change. The wildlings who were hungry for the dubious honor of becoming a triad leader would certainly want me dead, and if I wasn't up to the challenge, Call, Maki, and Novak would not interest themselves with my fate. Novak trotted up an outcrop at the base of a hill. There, he walked toward what looked like a cave and entered in without reserve. Coming to a stop, he lowered himself and allowed me to get off his back. I stretched. My bones popped. My toes hurt, but not as bad as when they'd slammed against the rock. As soon as all of them had crossed the threshold, the wolves shifted. I averted my gaze. I had no desire to see naked wildlings. "What were you thinking, running from us like that?" Call demanded. I knew it was him because of his deep voice, which, at the moment, sounded like a mountain of rocks caving in. Not the imagery I wanted in my head at the moment. Ignoring the question, I went on staring at the wall, Val's confused expression taking shape in the rocks. "She knows she did something stupid," Maki said. "She won't even look us in the eye." I'd been trying to lead the guards away from the camp. He was the stupid one if he didn't realize that. Anger building, I flicked my gaze in their direction. At the sight of them, I frowned and looked them up and down. "You're not naked," I said. Not entirely, anyway. They were wearing the same pants as before, but their strong torsos were still bare. They exchanged confused glances. "Do you want us to be?" Maki gave me a crooked smile and playfully tugged at the string at the waist of his pants. "No," I exclaimed. "It's just, at the academy, they taught us that when shifters go back to their human shapes, they have nothing to wear." As I said all of this, my voice grew quieter and quieter. I'd been raised on lies across the board, it seemed, and I needed to stop making judgments on anything I'd ever learned. Except it wasn't easy. The sky was still blue, and my lungs still breathed oxygen, didn't they? They had taught me that, too. "That's just ridiculous." Novik scratched his head. "So, we have magic to shift, protect our camp, bind you to our pack, but not to save our clothes every time we shift? Those who they call skews need shifting rings, but we have kept to the old ways, and haven't forgotten anything." Looking at it that way, it was ridiculous. "I can still oblige," Maki said, pulling at the string at his waistband again and undoing the knot. "Stop playing," Call backhanded his shoulder. Maki rolled his eyes. Always spoiling everyone's fun. Call turned to face Maki full on and blew air through his nose like a bull. Some silent communication seemed to issue from Call. "The hell she is!" Maki exclaimed, shoving Call. Call shoved him back, and the next thing I knew, they were at each other's throats. I stared in confusion. Were they fighting over me? They were seriously deluded if they thought anything remotely romantic, sexual, or whatever they had in mind would go on between us. My entire life I had operated under the belief that I would be celibate, and I'd been okay with that. I'd gotten used to the idea. Later, once I didn't have a world of craziness to worry about like I did at the moment, I might have time to contemplate a different sort of future. But those thoughts would certainly not include any of these men. I didn't like savages. Maki swung at Call's head, sharp claws visible. Call ducked, avoiding the hit. White fur sprouted from his back. He crouched as if preparing to lunge, but Novik stepped in the middle, his massive arms outstretched as he pushed his triad mates back. "When the time comes, it won't be up to either of you idiots," he shouted as his blue eyes flashed in my direction. Call and Maki glared at each other, breathing heavily and baring pointed teeth. By degrees they calmed down, broke eye contact, and strolled around the cave, shaking their arms and cracking their necks. I had seen enough displays like this at the academy to know it was all a pissing contest between stupid males. But over me? What is this all about? I burst out. All three froze and looked at me guiltily, but no one volunteered an explanation. They exchanged chagrined glances between each other. "Well, don't just stand there, explain." Maki and Novik took 2 steps back, effectively volunteering Call to do the talking. He sighed, rolled his shoulders as if preparing himself for another fight, and spoke, going straight to the point. "In our pack, the triad leader picks a mate from the triad itself. It ensures the birth of strong offspring and increases the chances of another triad forming among the pack members." A choking sensation assaulted me. I pressed a hand to my throat, struggling to swallow. When it passed, all I could do was curse. "No." "See what you did?" Novik gestured in my direction and shook his head. "She looks like she's going to pass out." I took deep breaths to contain my anger and gather my thoughts. Then the rational side of me was in control again. I decided a cool, indifferent attitude would be much better. I mustered a laugh. You three are crazy and make absolutely no sense. I whirled and found a place to sit against the wall. I settled and rested my arms on bent knees. There's so much wrong with all of this. First, I put a forefinger up. Who says I'm going to become your triad leader? I had no intention of winning their stupid trials. Second, my middle finger rose. I'm not looking for a mate, and if I was, I'd look elsewhere. I don't like savages. All three frowned in unison, appearing as if this hadn't occurred to them. Third, another finger. Not that it matters, but I'm confused. Why wouldn't you want someone from your pack to become your leader? At this, Call crossed his arms, closing off. Maki occupied himself with finding a place to sit, and Novak scratched his head and stared at the rock ceiling. Something told me they wouldn't answer my question if I pressed them for it, so I dug stiff fingers into my hair and massaged my scalp. Call and Novak sat too, the latter picking up loose rocks and throwing them deep into the cave. We sat in silence for a long moment, listening to the rustling of trees outside and the wind whistling through the narrow entrance. The place felt safe, and I was pretty sure we'd lost the guards. But had they found the camp? I really hoped not. Call cleared his throat. You never answered my question. Why did you run from us? I stood abruptly, stopped a few steps away from the entrance, and stared at the trees outside. Well, Call pressed. Because I didn't want anyone to get hurt, I mumbled. Picking at a hangnail, I waited for someone to say something. No one did. I hesitantly peered over my shoulder and found the three of them staring at me with puzzled expressions. Novak scratched his head through the bulk of his wild hair. You mean you were trying to protect us? Not you. I turned back, watched wide rays of sun break through the thick foliage. The children at the camp. More silence, the kind that stretches uncomfortably until you wish you had a dagger to cut it in half. That was nice of you, Maki said after a while. But you didn't have to. I swiveled to face him. You wouldn't have stood a chance. Of course I had to. That's what you think, Call said with a laugh. But they would have their hands full with us. Anyway, what I meant was that it wasn't necessary. The camp is protected. The dirty city rats would have moved on, never seeing us. But now, because of you, we'll have to go somewhere else. His chest rumbled with anger as he spoke, reminding me of his powerful wolf shape. I lowered my gaze, embarrassed by my ignorance. No need to be, how do city rats say, about it, Novak said. She meant well, she just didn't know. Which is the reason she needs to stop acting as if she does know, Maki shouted at Novak, though his anger had everything to do with me. Don't talk to me like that. Even sitting, Novak seemed to loom over Maki, taller and thicker. Call scrubbed at his face tiredly. Maybe we should head back to camp. They rose to their feet, and within seconds, I was on Wolfback once more, on my way to a different life. I'd made a promise to save Val. I would keep it, and when that was done, I would reclaim control over my life. Chapter 33. We traced a wide circle around the camp's perimeter, going in the opposite direction from where we'd last seen the guards. It took a long time to get back, and judging by the sun's position, it was almost noon by the time we spotted the clan members bustling from side to side like ants on a mission. As we approached, Ela came running. She frowned at me as I dismounted from Novik's back, and the triad gracefully shifted back to their human shapes. "Where have you been?" she demanded. "The lookouts spotted academy rats nearby." She gestured toward the dismantled camp, tents rolled up to a fraction of their size, packs stuffed with belongings and propped against trees, scattered fire pits. "We know," Maki said. Ela lifted an eyebrow in response. Despite myself, I examined Ela's face, searching for a resemblance to my own face. I tried to imagine her with cropped hair, leaner features and body. She wasn't exactly rounded like some Lux City girls, but she didn't possess the taut muscles training had given me, which was understandable since she was a healer, not a soldier. Still, there was a definite similarity in the wide shape of our eyes, the pronounced curve of our lips, and the slight hollows under our cheekbones. "Sounds to me like you need to talk to the chiefess," Ela said, no trace of kindness in her voice. She twirled with a huff and a distrustful glance in my direction. What was her deal? And where had the girl who'd been all kindness and attention gone? Maybe she hadn't known and hadn't liked to find out that she had a city rat for a sister. Either way, I doubted she would be surprised to learn the feeling was mutual. We found Chieftess Yura at the other end of the camp, right over the spot where I'd kicked in Call's balls. She was squatting, her eyes roving over the disturbed ground. "Ah, there they are," Desna announced when she saw us approaching. "And the filthy rat." I aimed my shoulders in Desna's direction. Call touched my elbow. The clammy feel of his fingers against my skin sent bile to my throat, completely making me forget the insult as I pictured Richard falling face first into the hot spring. I clenched my fists and inhaled sharply. The chiefess rose to her feet, dusting her hands. "What happened here?" Her eyes met mine for a brief moment. Last night's revelation seemed to pass between us. "They took you from me, Sheila. They took you and killed your father. My mother, my father. My daughter will fight." The chiefess broke eye contact, her expression hard. "Nothing," Novik answered so quickly that he made it sound like something had definitely happened. Maki took a step forward. "Not much. Just that this one," he hooked a finger to point at me, "tried to escape, as we all bet she would. She got as far as the creek." Desna huffed. "I doubt that." Chieftess Yura lifted a hand, silencing her. "Go on," she said to Maki. "One of the academy rats caught up with her," Call said, taking over. "He was about to take her when we happened by." "It was only a blue coat," Maki said. "It was easy to draw Sheila away from him and bring her back." "My name is Jazz," I reminded them, but they ignored me. "A blue coat?" the chiefess asked with a frown. "Why would they send a blue coat to capture her? She represents a tremendous risk to them. She knows too many of their lies." Maki shrugged. Call put his palms in the air. Novik scratched his head. At once, all three of them faced me, searching my face for an answer. I cleared my throat, wondering why Call had lied for me, why he hadn't divulged my decision to run in order to save the camp. Was it to save me the embarrassment of everyone knowing my altruistic but unnecessary mistake? If so, I was glad. I cleared my throat to answer the chiefess's question. The blue coat was my friend. If I had to guess, they brought him because I trust him, because he almost convinced me to go back. After all the lies? Chiefess Yura asked in disbelief. He made a good argument, I said. Reminded me of all the things I ate and drank while I was here. There was a challenge in my tone, as if I still wanted to believe what Val had said. The chiefess smiled sadly. Yes, I can see how that would make you wonder. I was surprised by her understanding. Had she pined for her lost life when she returned to the people they'd taught her to hate? Anything else to report? The chiefess asked. No, the triad said in unison. Chiefess Yura's eyes narrowed, as if suspecting this wasn't the entire truth. After a moment, she inhaled sharply and said, Pack up. We're leaving. Chapter 34. We trudged through brush under the canopy of thick trees. The sun was well past its peak, and we showed no sign of stopping. I put one foot in front of the other and wiped the sweat from my forehead. Everyone, even the little ones, carried packs on their backs. They contained everything the camp had: tents, bedrolls, cooking pots. It seemed incredible to be able to live with so little. No books, chairs, beds, shelves, closets. Paradoxically, it seemed liberating, especially since I didn't have a pack to carry on my weakling legs. I calculated we'd been walking for close to 4 hours, which had depleted my already low energy to almost nothing. Those elderberries had seriously done a number on me. When would I regain my usual strength? I was dragging my feet forward, trying to keep up with the person in front of me, when a little hand slipped into mine. My first instinct was to pull away as the urge to retch hit my throat. But when I looked down and found the girl from last night marching forward with a distracted air, the feeling of revulsion oddly disappeared. Near Leak, right? I asked, remembering that someone, her father perhaps, had called her. She nodded, without glancing my way. She was staring intently at all the bushes we passed. Lost something? She shook her head in answer. I stared at her hand in mine, wondering what had compelled her to join me, clearly not for my conversational skills. I guess you're decent, if Near Leak likes you, Call said, joining us. He walked on my other side, leaving me in the middle. I didn't rise to the bait. Call was infuriating. I couldn't quite figure him out. Maki was a clown, and Novak, I hated to admit, a gentle giant. But Call, he seemed possessive one moment, funny the next, then angry, then indifferent. All I knew was that I should tread carefully with him. Where are we headed? I asked. He shrugged. No idea. The chiefess always decides. No one else gets a say. We only have one chiefess, Call answered, glancing back at me as if I were blockheaded. At the academy, whenever we trained in battle strategies, everyone was allowed an opinion. Even if there was an appointed leader, it always helped us come up with better plans. Everyone had different strengths. It just seemed smart to take advantage of that. But what did I know anymore? Changing topics, I said. Tell me about the trials. I thought denizens were all about small talk, Call said, smiling sideways. There was a twinkle in his green eyes. At the moment, he appeared relaxed and carefree, and the playfulness in his voice coaxed a reluctant smile to my lips. I shrugged at his comment. Let me see. What is there to say about the trials? He gave a shrug of his own. All those who swore last night will fight. The winner will be alpha to our triad." He glanced in Novak and Maki's direction, where they were walking ahead of us, the former carrying a kid on his shoulders in addition to his oversized pack. "Fight to the death," I said under my breath. "Fight to the death?" Call echoed. "What do you think we are, wildlings?" He laughed, throwing his head back. Novak and Maki turned to look in our direction. Others did too, including Desna, who still seemed ready to eat my entrails for dinner. When Call stopped laughing at his own joke, he said, "Not to the death, little rat. In case you haven't noticed, our pack is small. We can't go around killing our own." "Then what?" "The fight goes on until someone concedes defeat." "I see." I nodded to myself. Call snatched a flower from a vine hanging off a tree and walked around to tuck it behind Neerleek's ear. "You look so pretty," he said, clutching at his heart. "Prettier than Desna?" the little girl asked. "Definitely," he said, nodding repeatedly. Neerleek peered up at me. "Prettier than Sheila?" "Of course," he said without hesitation. "She looks too much like a boy." He wrinkled his nose as he smoothed Neerleek's long hair. I pressed my free hand to my side, resisting the urge to lift it to my cropped hair. There was no arguing. I did look like a boy. The proof was in that octopus girl who'd tried to kiss me. This fact had never bothered me, though, and I didn't know why I was letting it bother me now. Who cared what this wildling thought of me? I got back to what really mattered. "Why does the chiefess want me to fight?" I asked. "I am an outsider, a city rat. It makes no sense." She explained it. "Your pack," a voice said from behind me, making me jump. Maki stepped next to me and was promptly joined by Novak. When had they snuck up behind us? When I recovered from their mini ambush, I scoffed and rolled my eyes. "I'm as much a part of this pack as you're a denizen." "You can't still doubt that pack blood runs through your veins," Novak said, readjusting the boy on his shoulders. "I don't," I mumbled. "But regardless of that," I added, my voice growing stronger, "I don't understand your ways. Besides, everyone hates me." My eyes darted toward Desna, who was glaring daggers at me. She seemed intent on following my every step. Call huffed. "Desna? She hates everyone." "That's not true," Neerleek protested. "She just hates boys," the little boy on Novak's shoulders said with a visible shudder. "You know what, Territ?" Novak said. "I think you're right about that." They all laugh, even Neerleek, who seemed to hold some affection for the savage woman. "I don't belong here," I said, not letting the subject drop. "I'm not a shifter." "I'm sure you'll soon find out otherwise," Maki said, sounding as self-assured as he always did. "Once your coda is gone, you'll see." I freed my right hand from Neerleek's and stared at my unfinished coda. "What are you saying?" Maki opened his mouth to answer, but I was left to wonder because, like a sudden spring shower, dark figures began raining from the trees and, within seconds, we were surrounded. Chapter 35. I grabbed Neerleek by one shoulder and pushed her behind me. Several figures crouched close to the ground, their eyes shining like jewels through a cloud of smoky darkness. The pack came to a halt, silence rolling over everyone in a quick wave. My eyes darted from side to side as my heart wreaked havoc inside my chest. My hands itched, aching for the weight of a sword between my fingers. My entire body trembled as I fought to contain the urge to attack the closest figure. Novak put a heavy hand on my shoulder. I took a deep breath and held back. One of the figures stepped away from the trees and into the path. The black smoke that surrounded them fell away like a hood being discarded at will. What had been a shadow morphed into a woman, dressed in what looked like rags of all colors and textures. Her hair was gray as a stormy sky and fell around her face in wavy strands. A headpiece wrapped around her head with a red jewel in the middle of her wrinkled forehead. A thick layer of necklaces hung over her chest. They were threaded with all manner of things: beads, acorns, feathers, teeth, bones. She was a witch. At least, that was what the Academy's training told me. Nearleak peeked around my side and waved at the witch, who bared a set of yellow teeth into what could hardly be called a smile. I pushed the girl back into hiding. Had no one taught her about stranger danger? The witch's smile disappeared, and her gaze immediately flicked to me. Her hooked nose twitched as she approached. Those closest to me moved back, even Nearleak and the Triad made room. Was she about to cast a spell and set me on fire? So much for telling me I was part of the pack. The least little threat, and they hung me out to dry. Not that I expected anything else from them. Well, no better way to get free from the promise I'd made to call. The witch stalked closer, her steps silent and careful, her entire demeanor that of a predator ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. My instincts screamed not to move, not even a finger. If she saw the slightest twitch, she would burn me to a crisp for sure. She stopped a few paces away, standing in a crouch and examining me from under her thin eyebrows. Her nose kept twitching as she sniffed the air around me, distrustfully. Making snuffling sounds, she circled around for a full loop and stopped in front of me again. "I can smell gutter rat in this one, Yura," she said in a raspy voice. Yura? She knew the chiefess? "Why is a denizen in my territory?" she demanded through clenched teeth, her tone so pissed she seemed on the verge of unleashing a nasty curse on whoever dared answer her. The chiefess had been leading the group and was now pushing through people to make it to where I stood. Her steps were firm and her expression stern. Desna shook her head as the chiefess passed by, her disdain punching me in the gut as she glared like a professional glarer. She could make millions if that was actually a job. When Chiefess Yura reached the witch, she inclined her head respectfully. "Priestess Nanai, we respectfully cross your territory and ask for safe passage." My stomach clenched uncomfortably as I recognized the name. We were in witch territory, Wallagras Coven's territory to be specific. And to make matters worse, the Coven's priestess had her evil eye on me. Great! Chiefess Yura kept a polite expression on her face. In a fight between a witch and a shifter, the odds were nearly balanced. Witches and mages could cast fast, damaging spells. But wolves were strong and could endure magical attacks while they waited for the chance to rip an opponent in half. But the wildlings respected each other's territories and granted unmolested passage as long as it was quick and peaceful. The witch batted at the air with one hand as if all the respect in the world meant nothing to her. Then she pointed at me. "Is that her?" Chiefess Yura nodded, holding the witch's gaze. They stood motionless for a long moment. The sounds of the forest, chirping birds, scampering rodents, rustling leaves, seemed to grow louder. The women regarded each other, unblinking and mute. Then the witch bared her yellowed teeth in that uncanny grimace that was meant to pass for a smile, and turned her attention back to me, her nose wrinkled as if my scent offended her. She seemed to assess me with new eyes, stopping at my cropped hair and staring at it distrustfully. I stared back, my chin held high. I knew I should appear non-threatening. Challenging a witch was stupid, especially for an initiate. I stopped and discarded the word. Especially for a nobody, I amended. But for the last few days, my life had been nothing but a series of disasters. Why not add another to the list if it meant demanding respect? I was seriously tired of being treated like a leper. Let the pack eat jazz on a stick if the priestess decided to crisp me with an incineration spell. "She has your spine," Nanai said, then cackled. Everyone around us seemed to exhale as if I'd passed some kind of test. As if they'd passed some kind of test. Weird. "Come here, Bethel," Priestess Nanai said, never taking her eyes off me. Another dark figure dropped their mantle of enveloping shadows and came forward. The shape promptly resolved into a young witch close to my age. She wore the same type of tattered-looking dress as the priestess, except on her it was almost pretty, hugging her curves closely. She wore no necklaces, but she'd replaced them with as many bracelets as would fit her forearms. Her hair was black as night, same as her eyes. They sparked with amusement as she approached. "This is my daughter. Her name is Bethel, and she will be the next Wallagrass priestess," Nanai said to me. I frowned and turned to Chiefess Yura for an explanation. Why was Priestess Nanai introducing her daughter to me? But I got no answer, only a chilling look that reminded me of the threat to slit my throat. Abruptly, Nanai turned her back on me, shadows slowly creeping up her legs like smoke. "Passage granted," she said, just as she turned into an inky blot that silently and fluidly merged into the forest. In an instant, there was no sign of her or the other figures. Only Bethel remained, wearing a slight smile that made me think of a cat lapping cream that wasn't theirs. I waited for her to melt away with the others, but that didn't happen. Instead, Chiefess Yura welcomed her and ordered everyone to get a move on. A witch seemed to have joined the pack, and I had no idea why. Chapter 36. As soon as we resumed our trek through the woods, the young witch threw herself at Novak, wrapping her legs around his waist. I crouched, expecting claws to spring out from her fingers to tear out his throat. Instead, she threw her head back and laughed, while Novak twirled around a few times before depositing her back on the ground. "You're early," she said, looking up at Novak. "We weren't expecting you until the new moon." "What? They're friends?" I shook my head, feeling like an idiot. The whole thing with Priestess Nanai had been fake posturing. These two groups of wildlings clearly got along, so much so that the priestess allowed her successor to travel with wolves. "Academy guards got too close to our camp," Maki said. "We had to leave." He approached Bethel and lowered his forehead to hers. They stared into each other's eyes for a long moment, then broke apart. Call did the same. Nirleek and Terate ran around her in circles, swatting her skirt until she produced 2 amber-colored pieces of something from a small bag that hung at her waist. The children snatched them happily and immediately began to suck on them. The witch ruffled their hair, a fond smile stretching her lips. I went on staring, unable to tear my eyes from her pretty face. She was nothing like the Academy had described witches. There were no warts on her smooth skin or pointed, tarry teeth in her mouth. Her nose was slightly hooked, but it fit her features just right. So on the outside, she was definitely not hideous. But what about on the inside? I had no way of knowing, so I slowed my pace and fell behind while she talked to the others. I listened with care, trying to learn as much as I could. I had no idea when the trials would take place, and until I fulfilled my promise, I had to live with these people. Becoming accustomed to their ways couldn't hurt. But after nearly an hour following a steep trail, I'd learned nothing important. Mainly they talked about other witches and Wallagrass coven matters that meant nothing to me. One thing I did come to understand was that if we didn't stop soon, my legs would turn into 2 wooden blocks. They were so heavy that every step was starting to feel like a major accomplishment. Jazz, the girl who could walk. Look, she just took another step. She's something else. "You're not looking too spry," someone said. I glanced up from my leaden feet to find Bethel standing in front of me. I stopped before I smacked straight into her. "Here, this will make you feel better." She offered me one of the amber-colored lumps like the ones she'd given to the kids. I stared at it distrustfully. She cocked her head to one side, waiting for me to take it. Behind her, Call lifted his eyebrows and nodded encouragingly. I hesitated a little longer, but finally took it. Except that wasn't enough. Bethel kept staring, waiting for me to take a bite. Call mimed putting something in his mouth. Cautiously, I nibbled a small bite off the lump, figuring the triad wouldn't let me be poisoned by their witch friend, not after all the trouble they'd gone to rescue me. The piece I'd bitten off melted on my tongue as soon as it touched it. The taste of sweet honey filled my palate, making me want more. "Good, huh?" Bethel asked. I nodded and took another bite, this time chomping half of what I now realized was a piece of honeycomb. "Go slow," the witch said with a smile. "Enjoy it." Licking my lips, I tried to follow her advice, but it wasn't easy. I already wanted to demolish the other half. "She concocts the nectar that the bees use," Novak offered helpfully. I stopped chewing, unaware of what that meant. The bees used nectar that Bethel made to make their honey? How could she concoct nectar? "I perfected the family recipe, I dare say." Bethel lifted her chin proudly. As I stared at what was left of my honeycomb, a strange feeling traveled down the length of my body. My eyes opened wide as my brain seemed to buzz with energy. I inhaled deeply, and my limbs grew lighter, making me feel as if I could run down the steep hill just to climb back up again. Was there some sort of drug in it? The Academy called wildlings impure for taking substances. I peered at Bethel with a frown of surprise. She gave me a satisfied smile. "You should make it to the top of the ridge without trouble now." Thank you," I said. "What's in it?" I popped the rest of the honeycomb in my mouth, enjoying its sweet, slightly flowery taste. Bethel pressed a finger to her lips. "Shh, it's a secret." She winked and started strolling by my side, while the triad walked in front of us, near Leek and Tarit in tow. "So, you are Yura's daughter, huh?" Bethel asked. I stiffened. This girl seemed to have an easy manner with everyone and probably didn't have a shy bone in her body. I, on the other hand, didn't take easily to strangers. I had a distrustful nature, or maybe growing up inside the Academy's thick walls, fearing all manner of monsters, had taught me to be like this. Either way, I didn't feel like talking about Yura with Bethel, or with anyone for that matter. So I said nothing, and just continued to put one foot in front of the other, glad to be an ordinary walking girl again. "You must be overwhelmed," Bethel continued, unfazed by my lack of answer. "It can't be easy for you. It would be as if, all of a sudden, I was at the Academy, and they told me I had to kill any witches, vampires, shifters, or fae who crossed my path. I just couldn't do it." She was quiet for a moment, then gasped, "Do you want to kill us?" She stared at me, black eyes wide, mouth shaped in an O of surprise. I frowned, staring at the ground. Her question bounced inside my mind for a moment before the answer took shape. "I don't," I said, feeling as surprised as Bethel looked. Just days ago, my answer would have been different. But now all I could do was look at these wildlings as my saviors. Ela had saved me from my own stupidity with the elderberries. The triad had saved me from the guards. And just now, Bethel had saved me from passing out in front of everyone and dying of embarrassment. "Good," Bethel said with enormous relief. "That would be bad if you wanted to kill me, especially since—" In front of us, Novak cleared his throat and gave Bethel a disapproving glance. "Right," Bethel said, twirling away to play with the children. "What was she going to say?" I asked Novak with a frown. "One thing at a time," he said. "And the first thing is the trials." "But—" "We're almost there," Maki said, walking ahead. I followed him, climbing higher and higher, leaving the trees behind and cresting the ridge. Open twilight sky greeted us at the top. Purples, pinks, and yellows colored the horizon as the sun sank far west. My breath caught at the beauty, and for the first time since I'd escaped the Academy, I felt a measure of peace. The world was vast, and somewhere there was room for me. I had the overwhelming desire to reach a hand toward the horizon and beg it to take me, to siphon me from this place and spit me out in some random place where no one knew me and I could start anew. I had my entire life ahead of me. I could make up for the time I had spent steeped in lies. And this time, with the wildlings, well, it would be like a minor nightmare, a blip I would be able to erase. The other side of the ridge was void of trees, covered only in black, jagged rocks. Black Crest. I never thought I would see it, but here I was, right in the middle of the most dangerous witchlands. Only the light could protect me now. Chapter 37. For another hour, we trudged along the ridge, forest on one side and sharp rocks on the other. Eventually, we came to a narrow path clear of rocks that allowed us to descend on the opposite side from which we'd come. On the verge of tears, I thought we would go on descending the rest of the night to the valley below, but halfway down, we came to a flat clearing big enough for the entire pack to set up camp. Unconcerned that anyone might think me weak, I collapsed to the ground. Sitting out of the way, I extended my throbbing legs in front of me and vaguely wondered if they were mine. The effect of Bethel's honeycomb had subsided a while back, leaving me feeling more tired than before. I felt like 20 horses had run over me, twice. Through half-lidded eyes, I perceived wildlings walking like ants in every direction. They set up a few tents and started a couple of fires. I got dirty looks from people carrying wood and pots, probably hustling to make dinner. They resented my presence and, very likely, my uselessness. Whatever. Let them try to have a run-in with a bucket full of elderberries and see how they get on. Soon, the smell of roast meat filled the air. I registered hunger at some level, but by this point, I was swaying, fully at risk of falling on my face as my eyelids lost their stubborn battle to stay open. I brought you some tea. Someone pressed something hot between my hands. My eyes sprang open. Call lowered himself next to me, holding a battered tin cup similar to the one he'd given me. He took a sip of the drink and stretched his legs, letting out a huge sigh. I took the cup to my mouth, enjoying the sweet and spicy aroma that rose to my nostrils. It was the same tasty brew Ela had been giving me. Its warmth soothed me and sent a little spark of energy through me. More drugs? Whatever the case, I didn't care anymore. You know this is your fault, right? Call said. I lowered my drink, turned to him, then had to lean back. He was sitting right next to me, his leg nearly touching mine, and in my daze I hadn't noticed. We wouldn't have needed to move camps if you hadn't run. Tomorrow will be the same, worse even. He pointed at a dark shape beyond the valley below. We have to get to the foot of that mountain, get out of Witchlands. It was hard to judge the distance under the blanket of the darkening sky, but it looked far enough to make my legs cramp in complaint. How was I supposed to know the camp was protected? I asked. I thought the Academy taught you everything. If by everything you mean lies, I said under my breath. I finished my tea in one gulp and angrily wiped the back of my hand across my mouth. Call took the cup from my hands and stared into it, raising his eyebrows and nodding in approval. I'm glad, he said, setting both our cups aside. At first I thought he meant he was glad I'd finished the tea, but then he continued. Some take much longer to see through their lies, Call said. It can't be easy, what you're going through. It was the same thing Bethel had said to me, but coming from Call, it just pissed me off. I don't need your sympathy, I said in a harsh tone that was perhaps undeserved. Or maybe it wasn't. I was their prisoner, and he was under the impression that I was to be his. No matter how much they'd helped me, I was still here against my will. And just like their chiefess, they would probably slit my throat if I didn't do as they said. I couldn't trust people like that. Call shrugged my comment off and, instead of giving me an angry response, he surprised me by rubbing a hand over my cropped hair. You may not need my sympathy, but you certainly need some hair. He laughed to himself. I pulled away from him, from his casual touch that he seemed to think so natural. He hadn't triggered my skin-to-skin phobia, but I still didn't like it. At the Academy, we were taught to keep our hands to ourselves. Physical contact was highly discouraged, especially between members of the opposite sex. Not surprising, since celibacy was one of the main tenets. It does seem longer, he said, his green eyes examining my head closely. Self-consciously, I ran a hand over my hair, realizing he was right. I could actually feel my hair threading through my fingers a little. I'd always needed weekly trips to the school barber to keep the regulation length, and I'd been overdue when I escaped. "It's soft, too," Call said, giving me a lopsided smile. "Don't touch me again," I snapped. He needed to know it wasn't okay to touch me whenever he liked. He frowned, then snapped his fingers. "Oh, right. Academy rules to keep their members from..." He wriggled his eyebrows. I didn't contradict him. I'd rather Call believe I was worried about personal space than learn about the paralyzing fear that sometimes seized me. "So, you've never..." He let the words hang and filled in the blanks with a suggestive twinkle in his eyes. "I don't see how that's any of your business." I pushed away from him, scooting sideways to increase the distance between us. He stared at the gap I'd created, his mouth turning upside down comically. I pressed my lips together, fighting back a smile. "I like you, Sheila," he said, his voice going deep and rumbly. His eyes flashed an intense emerald color as he lowered his head and stared at me. The air around me seemed to squeeze me, intent on driving me out of existence. I fought the sensation without understanding what it was. "You are strong," he said. The push against me grew. I fought harder, doing some pushing of my own, though I didn't know how. My skin tingled. The world felt smaller and larger at the same time. "Your coda has barely started to fade, and I can already feel you." Call placed a hand over his heart and caressed the spot. Heat rose up my neck, into my face, as our energies, I couldn't think of another word to describe them, pushed against each other. He licked his lips, glancing down at mine. "What are you doing?" I demanded. "Giving you a taste of how it will feel when I claim you." I clenched my teeth, leaning forward, fighting his forceful push that felt like he wanted to plunge headfirst into my very soul. "You will not claim me," I wanted to say, but it was all I could do to keep him at bay. A second voice rose inside of me, forming words that threatened to slip past the cage of my teeth like darts. The words came to life inside my mind, though not in the usual place where Jazz lived, where logic and sense commingled. No, they came from somewhere else entirely, a corner that had always been empty, but now seemed to have a new occupant. "Sheila." The words she formed filled my mouth as Sheila yearned to speak them out loud. "No, you will not claim me. I will claim you," she wanted to say, but Jazz held her back. Jazz bit her tongue so hard her mouth filled with the taste of blood. I would not be a savage driven by my instincts. I would never be a wildling and join a woman who would rather see me dead than let me carve my own path. Shaking myself, I stopped pushing, rejecting the new self that had the power to do such things. Call's energy pulled back at the same time, leaving me off balance. My mind cleared as I breathed deeply. Able to think straight again, Call's words returned to me. "Your coda has barely started to fade, and I can already feel you." Lifting my wrist, I examined my tattoo. The marks that had taken me years of hard work to earn were, indeed, fading. It was a subtle change, but obvious to my trained eyes. A shiver ran through me. "How?" Call shrugged as if the how didn't matter. "I can't wait for it to be completely gone. Then Maki and Novik will see you're mine." "Stop saying that!" I hissed, spittle flying from my mouth. I'm not yours and never will be. Don't fight it, Sheila. He reached for my hand. I jerked it back, rising to my knees and glaring down at him. I won't tell you again. Keep your filthy hands off me. Oh, yes, my filthy hands. He raised them and examined them closely. With a frown, he flicked his eyes upward to meet mine. But how did you know that they will do filthy things to you? Have you already imagined me touching you? He licked his full lips, animal hunger and strong desire in his eyes. A wave of heat rushed to my belly, quickly followed by something much different. Disgust at the thought of his hands gliding over my naked body. As if I was in that pit again, my skin turned cold and clammy. I heard the thud of bodies as the guards flung them into their sacrilegious, shared grave. I smelled the tang of their spilled blood and the dankness rising from the earth. Chill quivering, I said, "You will never touch me." The erotic quality of Call's expression died slowly, though his gaze kept a certain level of conviction, as if he was sure it was just a matter of time before I let him do with me as he pleased. He was wrong, very wrong, and I was determined to make it crystal clear. On shaking legs, I climbed to my feet and stretched to my full height. Call followed suit, towering several inches over me. Except my own conviction made me feel much bigger. By the way his shoulders shrank, I knew he felt my righteous fury. "I will never allow it," I said. "I would rather die than let you touch me." "It's because of that city rat, isn't it?" I frowned, then realized he was talking about Val. "He's nothing but a shackled boy, and you need a man. If I do, it isn't you." He huffed dismissively. "You know nothing of what awaits you." "Maybe I don't, but this I swear to you." Call shook his head and put a hand up. "No vows, Sheila, nothing you will regret." "This I swear to you," I repeated, my words cold and sharp like knives. "I will never be yours." He dropped his hand, his face disfigured in something like betrayal. Pain also appeared in his expression, as if I had physically wounded him. It made no sense. I barely knew him. He barely knew me. We were little more than strangers to each other. My words shouldn't be able to injure him in this way. And yet there he stood, green eyes wavering, fists clenched at his sides, and an aura of utter sadness emanating from him. For a ludicrous moment, I thought he might cry, but his expression morphed so quickly that I knew I had imagined it all. A hard edge reshaped his features, something dark and dangerous. But that didn't last long either. With a shrug of nonchalance, he turned on his heel and left, calling over his shoulder, "I'll get you something to eat." I remained on my feet for several minutes before I collapsed on the rocky ground, trying to process what had just happened. Doggedly, I focused on the lies I'd been taught about codas and the truths those falsehoods were meant to hide. But any time Call's disappointed face entered my mind, I pushed the image away, refusing to linger on its meaning or imagine any possible consequences. Hugging my knees, I curled up into a tight ball. I stubbornly chanted the same questions inside my mind. Why was my coda fading? Was it because it hadn't been closed in time? Because I was away from Lux City and the Academy? Because I was with these people? The questions were endless, though one in particular was the most prevalent of all. Who would I become once the coda was completely gone? Call never brought me food, and I was too weak to get up and find some. So I just lay there, shivering, feverish thoughts eddying in my head. I slept in fits and starts, a thick fog slipping through my conscious moments. And at some point, deep in the night, a mournful howl, like a cry for something lost, ripped into my thoughts and turned them to nightmares. Chapter 38. I woke up to a light drizzle peppering my face. Blinking my eyes open, I realized I'd fallen asleep on the ground. I sat up, my body aching the way an old person must. It was still dark, but a look at the sky told me the sun was on the way up. Getting to my feet, I stretched. Bones cracked and muscles complained as I stretched them. The camp lay still, the couple of fires the wildlings had built last night reduced to dying embers. Again they'd left me unguarded, confident in their blood curse and the promise I'd given in exchange for Val's life. Attempting to get the stiffness out of my limbs, I strolled around the edge of the camp. It was quiet, except for a few loud snores coming from a couple of tents. I hated to give them credit, but it was amazing how quickly and efficiently the wildlings were able to erect their camp, and how cleverly they used their magic to keep it hidden. I should have been told about their concealing spell as an initiate, but the knowledge was likely only given to the apprentices. Or were they told more lies? I pondered for a moment, then decided that, at some point, the Academy's teachings would have to be based on the truth. All of it. Otherwise, how could the magistrates hope to continue their scheme? On my second turn around the camp, I stopped to stretch, performing the exercises that had been drilled into me for years. Soon, my body limbered, and I began feeling like myself. Voices came from the tent closest to me. I'd never been one to eavesdrop, but when you discover that everyone lies, what other options do you have? "You sure we can't give her more?" someone asked. Ela, I decided. There was the sound of tin cups and mixing. "I'm sure," I asked Mother, and she assured me more than this could be damaging. This from Bethel. "What do you think of her?" Ela again. "She needs some hair," Bethel said with a smile in her voice. So they were talking about me. I leaned closer, fighting the urge to run into the tent to demand what they were giving me. It was that tea, no doubt, but what was in it? "I'm serious, Bethel." "I reserve judgment. It's too early to tell." Ela sighed. "I wish she would remember." "She will, but it'll take time. The Academy was brutal to her, just remember that." "I know," Ela said. "I just miss my sister so much." All of a sudden, a knot formed in my throat. I forced it down, walked around the tent, and after a deep inhale, pushed the flap aside and walked inside. Ela and Bethel were seated cross-legged in front of a small cooking fire where a battered pot sat releasing steam into the air. The smell of herbs clogged my nostrils, though not unpleasantly. They glanced up, their eyes round and full of surprise. Reining back my anger, I sat by the fire and stared at the aromatic brew they were concocting. It smelled exactly like the tea I'd been drinking every day. "You heard us?" Bethel asked, though it wasn't much of a question. I nodded and picked up a stick to poke at the fire. Ela cleared her throat. "Novak said you slept on the ground. If you'd like, you can sleep in my tent. I wouldn't mind sharing it," she smiled. "No, thank you." The answer impulsively slipped out of me. I immediately regretted it when I noticed Ela's injured expression. I quickly veered the conversation in a different direction. What does the tea do? I figured there was no reason to beat around the bush, and I readied myself to sift through more lies. It will cleanse you, Ela said, her gaze falling to my coda. Go on, I said. Ela's eyes wavered, pooling with tears. She shook her head and turned away. Bethel sat straighter and took over from Ela. You are of this pack, Sheila. You already know Chiefess Yura is your mother, and Ela your sister. She gave Ela a knowing smile, then continued. The Academy stole you from your family, just like they steal every single student that walks through their gate. My mouth fell open at her claim. Was that possible? The question must have shown plainly on my face because Bethel repeated herself with more emphasis. Every single student. Bethel worried at one of her many bracelets, talking with barely subdued anger. Lux Academy takes children from shifter packs and witch covens alike, and if vampires had offspring, I'm sure they would take them too. Ela scoffed. That's ridiculous. Is it? Bethel asked with a raised eyebrow. I mean, that part about vampires having children. Bethel conceded with a slight twist of her full mouth, then returned her attention to me. City rats have no magic, Sheila. That's why, in other parts of the world, they're called stales. But in their hypocrisy, they use our own abilities against us. They don't call magic evil when they're the ones using it, do they? We were here before they came from across the sea. They brought their tricks and their ships, their codas and lies. They stole our lands, called us devils, and set out to murder us. Our numbers were great ones. Now we struggle to survive. Everything she'd said was true. The Academy had nearly eradicated the wildlings. Its lies resided elsewhere. All for useless city rats, Bethel continued. Have you ever seen any of them do anything worthwhile? Anything besides quarrel, covet from their neighbors, cheat, steal, have you? I averted my gaze as I scrambled for an answer. I found none. Slowly, silently asking for permission with a small nod, Bethel reached to touch my wrist. I pulled away and shook my head. Don't! She narrowed her eyes at my reaction and gathered her hands in her lap. The city rats chained you to control you. That's what the coda is. Her black eyes sparkled with hatred. It makes you something you're not. It changes your shifter magic and helps you wield it in a different way. Cheap tricks of fire and electricity. But they didn't finish your coda, so there's still hope for you. The tea... Bethel poured the hot liquid from the pot into a tin cup. Dropping a honeycomb in it and giving it a quick mix, she pushed it in my direction. I took it and held it with both hands, my gaze locked with hers. The tea will set you free, she said, inviting me to drink. Are you saying that I couldn't finish. Say it, Sheila. I'll shift. The cup warmed my hands as I stared at the fire, feeling numb. Yes, Ela exclaimed. Your pack blood will flow freely through you. By releasing the full extent of your magic, of the pack blood that flows within you. Mechanically, I lowered the cup and set it on the ground. It took all I had not to throw it in their faces, but I had to respect that they'd told me the truth and I couldn't deny it. My entire body ached with the new knowledge. It pulsed through me, unlike anything the Academy had ever taught me. I'll be an animal, I said as if in a trance. No, not an animal, Ela said, her tone patient. A shifter, a majestic creature called by the moon. The Academy tainted you against your own kind, made you believe we're unholy. But it's all lies. You will see once you're truly free. I wanted to storm out, to deny it all. But I knew nothing anymore, except the hate my teachers had sowed in my heart. So I simply stood and left as quietly as I'd come. Chapter 39. Outside, the camp had begun to stir. People were gathering their belongings to continue the rest of our journey. As I walked toward the bare spot of land where I'd slept, I kept my eyes to the ground, my mind turning with all Bethel and Ela had told me. I sat back down and tried to clear my mind. I wanted to rage and run as far as I could, but knew neither option would accomplish anything, other than make all the wildlings think I was crazy. Maki approached me moments later, holding a tin cup and a wooden bowl. My stomach rumbled at the thought of food. "They tell me you won't drink the tea." Maki sat next to me, gingerly holding the cup so its contents wouldn't spill. "I think you should," he said, handing me the bowl. It contained a dry corn patty and a piece of dry meat. I smelled everything for traces of whatever they put in the tea, but sensed nothing like that. Oh, I guessed that didn't mean anything. What did I know of wildling tricks? They could fool me just as well as the Academy had. Maki sipped from the tea, then exhaled in contentment. "It's extra good. We won't force you to drink it," he said, standing up. "But you'll want to." I glanced up to meet his yellow eyes for the first time and was taken aback by something different in his features. At first, I couldn't tell what it was, but then he lifted his eyebrows as if to make a point. Eyebrows, 2 of them. He'd shaved the narrow spot above the bridge of his nose. "Do you like it?" he asked with a big smile. There was nothing self-conscious about his expression, just genuine good nature. I didn't know what to say. "It's an improvement." His smile grew wider. "Good." He nodded and started to walk away. "Maki," I said. He turned and took a knee in front of me. "Yes." "Why me?" He inclined his head to one side. His face had rather changed with the small alteration in his eyebrows. He didn't seem wild at all. On the contrary, he appeared thoughtful, the quality I'd never associated with wildlings. He pondered my simple question for so long that I felt the need to elaborate. "Why not Desna? Or some of the other pack members? Why me? Someone who didn't grow up among you. Someone who needs to drink some tea to be one of you." I gestured toward the tin cup on the ground. "It's not the tea," Maki said. "It's just cleansing tea. To free the true you and wash away all the lies." "You haven't answered my question," I said, even though his words struck a chord in me. "I know. I'm not trying to avoid answering you." He thought for a moment, then said, "It's just that it may be hard for you to grasp. We truly consider you one of us. Every child who has ever been taken is mourned by someone. And those who escape that fate, like me," he pointed at his chest, "we carry the guilt of having been spared, and the duty of saving whoever we can." This time, he pointed at me. "As well as the duty of protecting those like Nearleak and Territ. You'll understand one day. Once you feel the pack blood flowing through you, you'll know what it means to truly belong." "I don't think you're telling me the entire truth," I said. "There's more to it, isn't there?" He nodded once. "Perhaps you're already starting to get in tune with the pack. Yes, there's more. But it isn't the right time to tell you." Instead, you lie?" He stood and started walking away, but before he left, he glanced over his shoulder and said, "We haven't lied to you. It's just not the time to tell you everything. We don't want to scare you." He paused, appearing doubtful, as if it would be best to keep me in the dark. In the end, he shrugged and added, "Some don't survive the cleansing." Chapter 40. The rest of the journey down the other side of the ridge wasn't as hard as I'd dreaded. My legs felt stronger, and last night's sleep had restored some of my usual strength, despite its restless quality. After Maki left me to ponder all that he had revealed, I ate and poured the tea atop one of the many black stones that littered the ridge. Once we reached the valley below, the journey got easier and boring. We stuck to the pace set by the chiefess, a steady drudge that, according to Novak, would ensure everyone would make it to the new campsite by nightfall. The valley was covered in dry, low grass and scraggly bushes in need of a good rain. It was unpleasant walking in the cloud of dust our steps sent into the air. I picked up a broken branch and waved it around like a sword. It took me a moment to realize what I was doing. Lowering the flimsy stick, I glanced around. Everyone was staring at me. "Can't beat the city rat out of the wildling," Desna said with disdain, then turned and kept walking. Maki and Novak exchanged a few quiet words. Then Maki hurried toward the front of the line. I wondered for the first time where Call was. I hadn't seen him since last night. I searched for him surreptitiously, but didn't spot him. With a sigh, I flung the branch aside and resumed walking. A moment later, Maki came back, jogging up the line. He nodded at Novak, who smiled. The two rushed in my direction. "I'd say this hike has gotten boring, wouldn't you?" Novak wrinkled his nose. "What do you say we get ahead and do a little hunting?" Hunting with wolves didn't sound particularly appealing, but getting ahead and abandoning our slow pace sounded like music to my ears, so I nodded. Before long, we were passing Chiefess Yura at the head of the line. She gave me a hard look that made me feel like a spoiled child who needed extra attention and entertainment, which wasn't the case at all. I was used to strenuous physical activity, scouting quietly through the forest, standing at attention for long periods of time. I just wasn't used to doing it in the company of wildlings while a million questions buzzed inside my head like cursed bees. Picking up our pace to a trot, we soon found ourselves on less arid land. Trees and healthier bushes dotted our path as a prelude to the forest where we would make camp. My heart raced, knocking against my ribs and filling my limbs with energy. This new strength made no sense given how I'd felt yesterday, but I welcomed it nonetheless. Running felt good, especially since the exertion swept my mind clean. With my feet pounding the ground and my lungs working hard for every bit of air, I was simply me, a girl with a strong desire to live, so strong that I was willing to take whatever this world threw at me. Keeping up with Maki and Novak was nearly impossible. I pumped my arms and legs as fast as I could, attempting to maintain their pace, but I promptly fell behind. They didn't run like humans, even though they looked the part. There was a certain grace in their movements, an inherent power that seemed to promise more. They ran up a small, grass-covered hill and disappeared on the other side. I picked up my pace, the morning sun starting to burn the back of my neck. As I reached the green crest, I came to a stop and glanced around. There were no signs of the others. I glanced over my shoulder, back the way we'd come. The rest of the pack was still trekking our way, appearing like small figurines in the distance. Slowly, I went down the other side, following the sound of trickling water. Sweat dripped into my eyebrows and between my breasts. A taste of water sounded blissful right at that moment. As the cheery gurgle neared, I still saw no signs of Maki and Novak. I rounded a tall bush, finally spotted a small creek, and came to a halt. 3 wolves hunched over the water, lapping at it greedily, including a massive white one. Call was here. A thrill went through me at the sight of him. I ignored it and pressed forward. Even as leaves crunched under my feet, they didn't startle or move. They seemed to know it was me by scent, or who knew which other sense. I approached the creek tentatively, unable to keep my eyes off them. I'd never seen them under the sunlight and surrounded by such an innocuous backdrop. Yellow spring flowers at their paws, clear water bubbling under their whiskered muzzles, a gentle breeze ruffling their fur. They were beautiful. I had no other way to describe them. The blue-eyed wolf, Novak, was the biggest, his coat a combination of black and rich browns. He sat on his haunches and turned his animal eyes on me. He should have scared me, but the chill that ran down my back had nothing to do with fear. It was a chill of recognition and disbelief. Even among 1,000 other wolves, I would be able to tell that was Novak, the same wildling who had carried me safely on his back. A sense of trust washed over me, leaving me questioning everything I thought I knew. Call was still drinking water next to the bigger wolf. His coat was perfectly white, the little tufts of hair stuck out from the tips of his pointed ears. His green eyes would also help me recognize him anywhere. They flicked in my direction for a second, appearing as aloof as they had last night. I sensed a deep resentment coming from him, and that was all right because it was mutual. Maki was next. His yellow eyes would also help me recognize him anywhere. Even drinking water, he seemed playful and careless. His coat was shaggy, all earth tones sprinkled with a little black. Leaping into the water and pawing some into Novik's face, Maki wagged his tail. His gaze was full of mischief. He seemed careless as the shaggy coat under his belly soaked up creek water, turning its tawny color darker. Novak growled at him, pulled away from the creek, and shook his head. Taking short steps, I went to the edge of the stream and knelt. Without taking my eyes off the triad, I cupped my hands, scooped some water, and took a long drink. When my thirst was satiated, I scrubbed my hair and neck, letting water drip down the front of my tunic. Maki walked out of the creek and sat next to me. Before I could stop myself, my hand was on the scruff of his neck as I sought to satiate my curiosity to see if he was as soft as I imagined. He was. Embarrassed, I began to pull away, but he didn't let me. Instead, he pushed against my hand, making sure I scratched him under the ears. He whined and closed his eyes in pleasure. A smile stretched the corners of my lips. I was petting a werewolf and enjoying it. Call glared at us, a hateful vibe wafting off him. Novak walked across the shallow creek to where we sat. He stopped in front of me, his wolf eyes looking hopeful. Was he expecting me to pet him too? I hesitated, running a hand through my hair and wondering if this had some special meaning to them. I was still pondering when the sound of a branch breaking snapped me out of my thoughts. Call and Novak turned in unison. Maki stepped away and joined Novak to form a barrier in front of me. I stood. Maki threw a warning glance back that seemed to say, "Don't worry, we'll protect you." Except I wasn't used to being protected. I was trained to protect others from the very beings that now staked their claim on me. Instinctively, my hand went to my waist, looking for my sword. But of course it wasn't there. I searched for something along the creek's edge. There were only stones, so I picked two that fit perfectly in each hand. The wolves' ears swiveled slightly. Could they hear something I didn't? After the initial sound, everything seemed to have gone quiet. Had it been an animal? A rotted branch breaking off a tree? Suddenly, a familiar twang was followed by the cutting sound of an arrow flying through the air. Maki whined and fell with a splash into the creek. Howl and Novak leaped forward, running a zigzag in the direction of the attack. Maki fought to get up, but the arrow had embedded itself in his shoulder, and he seemed to be in a great amount of pain. Another arrow came flying toward us, whooshing an inch from my ear. I dropped the rocks, grabbed Maki's back legs, and started pulling him out of the creek. He growled, his huge teeth flashing. He wasn't happy about being dragged, but his protests quickly died down as a third arrow bounced off a large rock next to his head. I searched for Howl and Novak as I finished pulling Maki to safety, but they had disappeared behind the brush. Kneeling next to Maki behind the protection of a large boulder, I examined his wound. He pressed his mouth to it and nipped at the arrow. "No," I pushed his head away. "You can't just pull it out. It could tear something vital, and you'll be worse off." He shook his head and nipped at the arrow again. I frowned. "You mean you want me to—" He gave a decisive nod. I shook my head in turn. "No, it's a mad idea." He growled at me. I pulled my hands away from his fur, afraid he would bite off my fingers. His yellow eyes bore into mine. Fine, I'll do it," I said. "But don't blame me if you bleed to death." Putting my left hand against his shoulder, I secured my grip around the shaft. "At the count of 3, I warned. 1, 2... I yanked upward with one swift pull. My stomach twisted as blood streamed from the wound, straining Maki's shaggy, tan fur. A chunk of meat clung to the tip of the arrow. I shook it off, and it hit a rock with a wet sound. I examined the arrow carefully. Crap. Academy made. The guards had found us again. I glanced at Maki. He hadn't made a sound and was lying still on the grounds, his eyes shut, his breathing at double its normal speed. Blood continued to pour from the jagged wound. "Lux, it was a bad idea." Holding the arrow firmly, I peeked over the boulder, searching the brush for signs of the other 2 wolves. Nothing. As a matter of fact, the entire forest was eerily quiet. I hid again. If Maki died, the entire pack would have my head. There would be no precious triad without a third wolf. "Mita," I exclaimed, setting the arrow down and reaching under my tunic to remove the long strip of cloth that wrapped my breasts. The place card with Val's name fell out, and I quickly stuffed it in my leggings. Cursing under my breath, I reached under the wolf and awkwardly wrapped his shoulder, making the binding as tight as possible in hopes of staunching the blood flow. "Now, stay put." I picked the arrow back up and charged across the creek. The Academy already wanted my head, and since the pack wanted me alive, I couldn't let their triad get killed, especially when the only reason they were out here away from their pack was to entertain me as if I was a toddler. I had to help them. Chapter 41. I ran past the low bushes and into the trees, my head hunched low, the arrow held tight in my fist. Crouching by the gnarled roots of a thick oak tree, I scanned the forest. There was no sign of the wolves or any attackers. Had Howl and Novak chased them away? Had they eaten them? The night of Tello's death flashed before my eyes, his entrails being devoured, his blood on those wildlings. Would they do the same to the guards? Lux. Was Val here? I shook my head, refusing to believe Call and Novak could be that barbaric. Though how could I deny wildlings were capable of it? That was something I had seen with my own eyes. The Academy hadn't just told me about it. A slight movement at the corner of my eye caught my attention. It was Novak, moving stealthily through a patch of tall, dry grass that camouflaged him almost to perfection. His blue eyes were dim to help him blend with his surroundings. His right front paw was up in the air as he slowly, methodically, took a step forward. I followed his gaze to find a figure up in a tree, a blue uniform, either an apprentice or a guard. What if it was Val again? My heart tightened. Please, don't let it be Val. I thought that by moving further from Lux City, we would be safe, but they had followed us even through witch territory. Why were they so bent on killing me? Maybe I'd really seen too much, and they wanted to silence me. At least it was only the guards and not magistrates. Maybe Captain Silex was determined to fix her screw-up. I scanned the rest of the forest floor, searching for Call, but I couldn't spot him. His white coat should have been harder to camouflage than Novak's, and yet he was nowhere to be seen. Returning my attention to the tree, I tried to think of a way I could help. I stared at my hands, still stained with Maki's blood. I barely knew these wolves, but I couldn't bear the thought of them getting hurt because of me. I stepped from behind the tree, moving as stealthily as Novak, though not enough that he didn't notice me. The wolf shook his head at me, but I ignored him and made my way closer, taking cover behind another oak tree. Novak's ears perked up. Immediately he lost interest in me, jumped out of his hiding place, and ran at the tree. Like a lunatic, he bounced off the thick trunk and landed back on the ground, growling and barking. He reminded me of the dogs that had chased me as I ran from the academy that terrible night. A shiver rippled over my arms. I struggled to ignore the way his wild, irrational behavior made me feel, and did my best to recall his open, friendly face. He was going to get himself skewered by an arrow. Why had Novak bothered to be so stealthy if he was going to do this? The answer was revealed an instant later. Novak was meant to be only a distraction. Running at full pelt from the other side, Call leaped at the tree and shifted to his human form in midair. Without missing a beat, he used his momentum to propel himself upward. Hand over hand, he climbed, pulling himself from one branch to the next until he reached the archer. Everything happened so fast that I didn't get the inkling that something was wrong until it was too late. The figure hadn't moved at all. That fact should have registered the moment Novak leaped at the tree and no arrows flew down. Swinging from a lower branch, Call kicked up his legs at the would-be attacker, but his feet hit nothing solid and, instead, they tangled in what turned out to be an empty cloak. Novak had a moment to stare up in surprise before the real cloaked figure appeared behind him, bow raised and nocked. "Look out!" I warned Novak, then ran at the attacker, my arrow raised over my head. The figure let loose his own arrow. I didn't follow its trajectory and trusted my warning had been enough to spare Novak. Instead, I pumped my legs and arms, running as fast as I could, and tackled the attacker before he had a chance to knock another arrow. Unlike Call, I hit something solid. We flew over a bush and landed on the other side, rolling and pushing at each other. When we stopped, I came out on top and, straddling the attacker, raised my hand, ready to stab him. I froze. It was Val, again. I shook my head. Anyone else I could have killed, but not Val. He must have known it because he didn't try to fight me. He just stared at me, his steel eyes cold. "You truly are with them," he said, his tone full of disgust and incredulity. "How can you?" "Because the Academy wants me dead," I spat. "Is that what those savages told you?" He gestured vaguely behind me. "You would never understand," I said, then nodded at Call as he pulled up to my side. He was back in his wolf form and growled deep in his throat, baring his teeth at Val. Terror filled Val's eyes, and he stared at the wolf as if he were an apparition or a demon from hell. I briefly wondered if Novak was all right, but I had no time to waste. Val wasn't here on his own. Pressing the tip of the arrow to his throat, I asked, "Where are the others?" "You think I would tell you, traitor?" As scared as he seemed of Call, Val looked me straight in the eye and clenched his teeth. He knew too well that I couldn't kill him. "Let him go, Jasmine," a grumbling voice said behind me. It was a voice I recognized all too well. Magistrate Magnus was here. Chapter 42. As stupid as it was letting him go, I jumped off Val, sidestepping away from him and pushing Call along with me. "Go," I ordered the white wolf. "Get out of here." He ignored me and, instead, growled at Val as he tried to stand. Lux, where was Novak? My eyes darted around for an instant, but I didn't spot him. Magistrate Magnus stood about 15 yards away, black robe billowing around him and a sword at his waist. The hood was over his head, obscuring his weathered features. His gray beard was scraggly and his robes dusty from travel. His hands hung empty and relaxed at his sides, though I knew there was nothing casual about his stance. He was ready to use his magic, a powerful combination of fire and electric attacks that I'd seen him use during demonstrations and training with other magistrates. His fire burned hotter than any natural flame, and it was capable of consuming wood, concrete, and even metal. Flesh and bones would be nothing against it. But at the moment, I didn't care if he melted me into a puddle. My hatred toward him was blinding, and if I was being honest, self-destructive. "Do you enjoy all the lies, all the killing?" I demanded, as if picking up from an unfinished conversation. He cocked his head to one side and regarded me with pity. "What have they done to you, child?" I narrowed my eyes at him. He was putting on an act for Val's benefit. Magistrate Magnus would never risk his star student knowing what they'd tried to do to me, what they'd done to our friends. He would never tell him they kidnapped wildling children, then killed them when they proved too powerful. Or maybe he would one day, when Val was brainwashed enough to accept the Academy's crimes as a necessary evil. "Leave us alone, you evil b-" I spat, trying to take a step in front of Call in order to block him from the magistrate's view. Except he didn't let me, and instead, he was the one who ended up in the middle of everything. "I see you have thoroughly fraternized with the enemy," Magistrate Magnus said in a suggestive tone. "What did I tell you, Valentine? She's beyond saving." I knew Val well, so even as he tried to hide his disappointment, I saw it clearly. He had still hoped to save me, and Magistrate Magnus had allowed him to believe it when, all along, the only thing he wanted was my death. "Call," I said. "You need to leave, now." Magistrate Magnus's eye flicked to the wolf for a moment, then went back to me. He didn't seem worried in the least about the very angry, very large wolf in front of him. And why should he be? He had the highest wildling killing record in the Academy. Though today, he seemed more concerned about a different type of victim. Magistrate Magnus's fingers twitched, and that was all the excuse the snarling wolf needed to attack. With one big push, Call was airborne, lunging toward the hooded magistrate. Before the wolf covered the distance, however, Magistrate Magnus, weaving his hands in the air, moved out of the way. Call landed on the other side and whirled, looking confused, probably wondering how he'd missed his target. Besides using their magic for fire and electricity, magistrates could also use it to enhance their speed in short spurts and create defensive barriers. From the looks of it, Call had never fought one of them before. The magistrate smiled at the realization and whirled his hands intricately, energy crackling between his fingers as he prepared his first attack, a crackling ball of fire. His cold gaze seemed to calculate a million things. Then, without warning, the scorching orb flew from his fingers in a straight path toward the white wolf. "No!" I cried out. Fire exploded against the ground, consuming everything in a 10-foot radius. I held a hand up, feeling as if the heat would singe my eyebrows, and searched for Call through the gaps between my fingers. But all I saw was fire. Magistrate Magnus bared his teeth in a smile of satisfaction. "No, Call." My knees trembled as I stared in horror. "Jazz, it's over," Val said, taking a step toward me. "Give me the arrow." He used his most reasonable tone, one I'd heard when I'd picked fights with our classmates. He came closer still, his palms up. He was still counting on me not to harm him. Well, maybe he was right. But when it came to Magistrate Magnus, that was another story. I had nothing else to lose now. Besides, if I killed him, I would avenge myself, all my friends, the Triad, and who knew how many countless others. Using Val as a distraction, I pretended to consider his request. He seemed to hold his breath. Magistrate Magnus lowered his hands, a strange hunger in his eyes. He had it in for me. That was clear enough. He hated that one failed student had gotten away under his watch. Well, I planned to do more than that. Seeing an opening, I rolled on the ground, landed on one knee, and swiftly went for the kill, stabbing my arrow toward Magistrate Magnus's stomach. I hit something hard and the arrow vibrated, sending a jolt up my arm. The magistrate looked down with disdain. The tip of the arrow was but an inch away from him, stuck in midair, caught in a protective shield of his making. I'd known I had to be faster than him, but I'd given it my all, and it hadn't been good enough. Lifting his heavy boot, he kicked me in my chest and sent me flying backward. The arrow remained, stuck in an invisible wall. "Jazz!" Val took a step forward, a helping hand stretched toward me. A warning glare from Magistrate Magnus kept him back. "She's lost, Valentine," the magistrate said. "Death is the only thing that can save her now." He snatched the arrow from the air and tossed it to Val. Val caught it on reflex and stared at it with a furrowed brow. "Your first test, apprentice," Magistrate Magnus said. Val's eyes widened, then darted in my direction. He shook his head ever so slightly. I... Throughout their apprenticeship, magistrates put tests to their students. If they didn't perform to satisfaction, it was the mentor's prerogative to terminate the relationship and eject the apprentice from the academy. From there, they were supposedly sent away to start a different life, just like failed initiates. But I knew better than that. If Val didn't kill me now, he would never leave this patch of forest alive. "Do it now, boy," the magistrate snapped, "or this will be your last day as an apprentice." "You can join me, Val," I said, a stupid hope shining in my heart. "You don't have to go back with him. I'll explain everything. We can leave now, go anywhere we want." Except this was the wrong thing to say, because he clenched his teeth and lunged himself at me, the arrow aimed directly at my heart. Chapter 43. I threw my hands up to block Val's attack. It was a useless attempt that would result in an arrow stuck in my windpipe, but I couldn't bring myself to fight him. It wasn't even a conscious decision. It was all I could do. My eyes closed. I was willing to die so that my friend, the only person who understood me and helped me for all those years at Lux Academy, could live. I waited for the piercing pain, but it never came. Instead, there was a snarl and a thump. I opened my eyes. A white wolf was on top of Val, his maw poised to rip out Val's jugular. Call, he wasn't dead. How had he escaped Magistrate Magnus's attack? It had to be because of his special triad powers, which meant Maki and Novak must still be alive. "No," I cried out. "Don't hurt him, please." Call hesitated. The magistrate stared at the wolf, a confused expression twisting his features. He seemed as surprised as Call had been when he'd lunged at the magistrate and missed. It might have been the wolf's first time fighting an academy top member, but it also seemed to be the magistrate's first encounter with a triad. With a crackle of magic, Magistrate Magnus's shield went down, and a white blast of electric power erupted from his twirling hands. The bolt of lightning hit Call on the side and sent him rolling to my feet. I fell to my knees next to him, my hands pressing against his white fur, as if that would save him. He was dead still for an instant, and I feared the worst. But at my touch, he yelped and shivered. His eyes were screwed shut in pain. The night Tello died, I had seen Magistrate Magnus kill a wolf with a similar blast of magic. Cal must be so strong to have survived. That, or the magistrate's power was waning. His hands twirled again, magic building between his fingers. It didn't form as quickly or brightly as before, but another blast would kill Call, I was sure of it. I stood, jumping between Magistrate Magnus and a fallen Call, ready to die next to the wolf. My life should have ended with my friends in that hot spring a few nights ago. I'd just lived a little extra to experience the brunt of the Academy's betrayal and fully understand the extent of their lies. It was time for me to go. Magistrate Magnus gave one final twist of his hand and released another bolt of electricity. I braced for impact, but before it hit, Val rushed me and knocked me to the ground. As we fell, I peered under Val's arm, worry for Call making my heart lurch. The electric blast hit Call full on. I expected his body to seize with the impact, but nothing happened. The wolf just lay there as still as before. Magistrate Magnus shook his hands as if he suspected they were faulty. Suddenly, Call opened his eyes and lifted his head as if the second shock had actually re-energized him. Magistrate Magnus cursed. Then his eyes swept around us as if searching for something. His expression tightened, and he took a step back. I followed his gaze and saw a pair of piercing blue eyes through the brush. Novak was approaching, slowly but surely. Blood sat congealing on his dark coat, near his ribs. He'd clearly been hit by Val's arrow, but he must have removed it somehow. The magistrate threw a glance over his shoulder, and there was Maki, too, stalking in our direction. The bandage I'd wrapped around his shoulder still clung to him, but he moved without the barest of limps. How had he healed so quickly from that wound? Had the rest of the pack found him and helped him somehow? No, that was impossible. Not enough time had passed to allow them to reach us. They'd been too far away last time we checked. Then I saw something I thought I would never see. Fear in Magistrate Magnus's face. His magic had failed him, and he was now surrounded by 3 wolves. Call had risen, and though he didn't appear as sturdy on his paws as before, he looked just as intimidating. Val pushed away from me, got back on his feet, and inched toward his teacher, his terror-filled gaze bouncing from one wolf to the other. Slowly, I stood and stretched to my full height. "You cannot hurt us," I said, surprised at the words coming out of my mouth. I pressed my lips together and found Call's green gaze intent on mine. I spoke again, words that had no reason being in my mouth. "Your magic is useless with this triad. Surrender and you will receive a fair hearing." "I don't need magic to fight you beasts," Magistrate Magnus said, pulling out his sword in one fluid motion. The zing of metal echoed through the clearing as Val also pulled out his weapon. Instinctively, I reached toward my waist, searching, but there was nothing there. A frigid chill slid down my back at the sight of the twinkling sunlight on their sharp blades. I'd never been able to beat Val in a sword fight, and Magistrate Magnus, well, he was the best the Academy had ever seen. Frantically, my gaze darted from one wolf to the next. Novak glanced back, and I tried to send a silent message. "We need to run back to the pack. Now." I even took a step back and inclined my head, gesturing toward the creek, but his blue eyes turned away, ignoring my desperate plea. "Maki?" I tried next. "He'll kill us all." The tawny wolf shook his head, his resolve as sharp as the swords that threatened us. Head lowered, he stalked forward, causing Magistrate Magnus to brandish his weapon menacingly. "We don't run, we fight," a garbled voice said in my mind. I jumped and pressed my hands to my temples. Call was in my head, talking. "What the Hey, she can hear us," Novak exclaimed, sounding surprised and pleased. "Lux, I'm going crazy." I shook my head. "Nah, you were already crazy." This time it was Maki. The voice was also garbled, but I could tell it was him. Wolves are talking in my head. I'm definitely crazy. And Maki made a sound that was the equivalent of rolling one's eyes. "Please, let's get out of here." I pushed the thought forward, taking advantage of the mental connection. "If their magic couldn't take us down, their swords won't either," Call said, his tone dripping with contempt. "Who are you really worried about?" He had a point. The triad had recovered from several horrible injuries already. Arrows, fire, Electricity had all failed, so 2 swords would be nothing to the wolves. They would be fine. But Val and the magistrate? That was another story. It was no secret I wanted Val to live. But if I was honest with myself, there was a small part of me that would also spare Magistrate Magnus. The realization made me sick. The man deserved to die. Richard, Mary, and the others should be here instead of him. The magistrate and Val stood back to back, their swords pointed at Call and Novak. In the life the Academy had denied me, I might have stood with them, facing the third wolf, waiting for the chance to prove myself. But in the life I'd discovered after they tried to murder me, I now found myself taking a step closer to the powerful triad, the desire for revenge growing in my chest like an illness. Novak, the biggest of the 3, faced Magistrate Magnus, lowering his head and haunches, getting ready to lunge. Maki did the same, his iridescent yellow eyes set on Val, signaling death and carnage. My heart knocked wildly at the sight of Val's fearful but determined expression. There was a sudden ache in my chest at the thought of my only friend dying today. Val. My eyes pleaded with him, but his expression only hardened further, causing him to bare his teeth as if he, himself, were an angry wolf. He was leaving me no choice. Call growled and made as if to lunge at Val. Shifting his sword away from Maki, my friend left himself open for an attack on the other side. Taking advantage, Maki jumped, and, without thinking, so did I. Being closer to Val, I got there first and tackled him to the ground. I landed on top of him with a grunt, blinking in surprise at my own instinctual actions. I couldn't not help him. It would be like forsaking my own life. Still acting on instinct, I went for his sword hand, smashing a closed fist against his wrist. He growled in pain and relinquished his grip on the sword. Snarls, growls, and the general din of battle resonated in the back of my mind as the wolves left me to deal with Val, and they took care of Magistrate Magnus. Pushing that knowledge aside, I snatched Val's sword, rolled to my feet, and aimed the weapon at his neck, pinning him to the ground. His hands went up in surrender. Well, that was easy. Easier than ever before. Of course, I'd never had help. We always trained as individuals, never in groups, never in packs. That type of training was supposed to come later, once you became an apprentice. "Don't move," I said. "Or what, you'll slit my throat?" I didn't answer. Instead, my attention switched to Magistrate Magnus as he twirled his sword in a circle, keeping all 3 wolves at bay as they tried to find the perfect opening. "The Academy is alive, Al," I said. "Jazz, why can't you see that the wildlings have tampered with your mind? You need to—" "Shut up and listen!" I pressed the tip of the sword to his throat and drew a few drops of blood. He sealed his lips in an instant. "If you don't, I promise you won't leave this forest alive." Magistrate Magnus slashed at the triad with faster-than-human speed, keeping them well away and coming within inches of cutting them. As he stepped out of Call's snapping jaws and whirled, slicing upward at Maki's neck and nearly taking the wolf's head off, it was clear he'd reserved some of his magic for this purpose. I caught the attack out of the corner of my eye and struggled to focus on convincing Val. "I've tried to explain already. You need to believe me. All our friends are dead," I continued, fearing I wouldn't have enough time to convince him. "Richard is dead. Mary and Catherine, too. There was something in the wine they gave us at dinner. It put everyone in some sort of trance, but I didn't drink it. That's why I survived and escaped." Val opened his mouth, ready to protest, but I dug the tip of his sword a little deeper into his neck, drawing a trickle of blood this time. He clenched his teeth, making his jaw muscles twitch, and regarded me with hatred. My heart took a tumble at the sight of his undisguised loathing. His upper lip trembled, his fists clenched and unclenched. I knew him well enough to guess he was trying to figure out how to turn the tables. He wasn't listening to me. I was wasting my breath. As much as I wanted to believe it, Val wasn't my friend anymore. He was the enemy. Coldness spread over me, an undeniable realization that left me empty. I needed to kill him. If I didn't, I would come to regret it. Except I couldn't do it. We had shared so much. Food, drink, laughter, dreams. We had been like one and believed we would face the world together. Unsure of what to do, I glanced toward the others as Novak snapped his jaw shut around Magistrate Magnus's robes. The magistrate stumbled forward a step as the wolf pulled, but he quickly slashed that section of the garment with his sword, breaking free. Mind whirling, I thought of what else to say to Val to convince him I was telling the truth and came up empty. He would never trust me, not when he felt I'd been tainted by wildlings. He needed proof. "Look for them," I exclaimed, changing tactics. "Try to find any of the failed initiates, and you'll see. There are caves under the school, a hot spring that runs through them. They took us there to drown us." Images of ribbons of blood flowing in the water flashed in my mind, making me nauseous, but I pressed on. I pretended to be dead. They took me out in a cart, dumped me in a mass grave with our friends' corpses. A shiver ran up my back, causing my skin to ripple and the hairs on the back of my arms to stand on end. "Lies!" Val spat the word out as quickly as a viper strikes. "You don't have to take my word for it. You can verify everything I've told you. If you don't and choose to go on believing the lies, then you're a fool." At a growl of pain from Magistrate Magnus, my head snapped up. Blood ran over his knee from a deep thigh bite as he fended off another attack from Call. The magistrate was losing speed and favoring his injured leg. Too late, I realized my instant of distraction was enough for Val. Moving fast, he took hold of the blade with his bare hand, pushed it aside, and rolled to his feet. On reflex, I jerked the weapon back. He screamed and pulled his hand to his middle, holding it tightly with the other. In horror, I watched as one of his fingers flew into the air, landed on the dark earth, and rolled a few times before coming to a stop. I gasped and stared in horror at the mutilated appendage. The words, "I'm sorry," filled my mouth, but I trapped them behind gritted teeth. There was nothing I could say that could repair the terrible damage I'd done. Blood oozed from the stump as he tried to put pressure around his wrist. He screamed again, this time in fury, not pain. "You filthy witch!" he cried out, stamping his foot in my direction as if to lunge. Snapping out of my shock, I lifted the sword and pointed it at his chest. Val held back, his wild eyes darting back and forth between me and the wolves. Magistrate Magnus was still fighting, but things didn't look good for him. He was bleeding from 2 more spots, and he wasn't moving nearly as fast as before. In fact, the wolves now seemed to be playing with him, taunting him, wearing wolfish grins that showed all their sharp teeth. That was when I realized what would happen next and knew deep in my heart that I couldn't be part of it. no matter the seed of hatred already growing in Val's heart. "Run!" I ordered, flicking the sword toward the woods. "Go back the way you came." He shook his head, throwing a terrified glance in Magistrate Magnus's direction. From the way his mouth quirked to the side, it was obvious he caught on. The Triad was going to kill the magistrate, and his apprentice would be next. "It's your only chance," I said. Val hesitated for a moment, his stance stiff as he practically vibrated with indecision. Then he went utterly still and, very slowly, leaned down to retrieve his amputated finger. "You will pay for this," he hissed, his still eyes drilling into mine. "It's a promise." Before he ran, Val checked on Magistrate Magnus one last time. The man fell to his knees, his strength spent. Call tackled him to the ground, and the other two fell on the magistrate, snarling. Val turned his face from the slaughter, hesitated for an instant, then disappeared between the trees, running at full pelt. A part of me urged me to stop him, assured me that letting him go was a huge mistake, one I would come to regret soon enough. However, Jazz, the girl who had few memories that didn't include Val's smiles and unerring friendship, was unable to do anything but watch him leave with the hope that he would make it out of this forest in one piece, that he would go back and discover all the lies. Then his eyes would be open to the truth, and he would understand and forgive me. The part of me that was Sheila scoffed at my naivete. Chapter 44. I turned to face the snarling wolves. They were on top of Magistrate Magnus. His legs twitched as they attacked. I tried to force myself to watch, but I couldn't, so I walked away, staring at the ground, the sword limp at my side. Before I got too far, the snarling halted, and utter silence fell over the woods. No birds chirped, and even the creek's gurgling seemed to have disappeared. I stopped and glanced over my shoulder. Kal, Maki, and Novak, in their human shapes, were kneeling next to the magistrate's body. Head bowed, their lips moved in a fast litany I couldn't understand. I stood frozen as they seemed to pray over the fallen shape of their enemy. My body shivered with a cold sweat. I knew what they would do next. I'd seen it happen to Tello. Rage building up inside me, I tightened my grip on the sword. I faced them, body trembling as it built up momentum to drive them back. Even if this was the horrible monster responsible for my peers' deaths, I couldn't allow them to do this. Except I couldn't move. Something anchored me to the spot, a force I couldn't describe. Ridden with guilt and confusion, I glanced between the trees through which Val had disappeared. I could still run after him. Maybe he would be able to carry me when the blood curse pain kicked in. Or maybe he would deliver me from my uncertainty. Either way, I couldn't move. I was compelled to stay and watch as the Triad soaked their hands in their enemy's blood, coating them thoroughly. They lifted them up into the air. Crimson blood gleamed on their fingers as sunlight hit them. Then they spoke. The words were foreign to me, but somehow their meaning seeped into my consciousness like water through dry soil. "Forgive us, Mother. We did not wish to take this life, your creation. Forever we will wear this creature's blood on our hands." In unison, all three ran a hand over their foreheads, leaving an angry red line. "And on our conscience, we will always remember." They pointed an index finger toward their forearms as a claw sprang out. Applying pressure, they cut themselves deeply, leaving behind a 1-inch wound that quickly bubbled with their own blood, and, after a short instant, magically sealed, leaving behind a silver scar. Tears spilled down my face. I fell to my knees and curled up, the knowledge of their ritual and the lies I was taught clashing, destroying the last traces of jazz and stripping me bare, until all that was left was someone fully unknown to me. "Sheila," a voice said gently. I lifted my tear-streaked face from my hands and looked up. Call stood there, holding out a hand. I took it and slowly got to my feet. Magistrate Magnus's body had been covered with branches, a few rocks piled around his body to mark a grave. In Lux City, he would be buried in a coffin. But here, Call must have seen something in my expression, because he said, "He will soon rejoin Mother Earth, as he should." I nodded and allowed him to pull me away from the scene, Maki and Novak following behind us. When we reached the creek, we knelt by the shore and washed our hands and faces. After that, we moved quickly, glancing over our backs, afraid that others might be near, afraid of another attack. Soon we reached the top of a small hill and, standing shoulder to shoulder, we spotted them and breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of the slow-moving pack. They were fine. As we stood there, I reached in my leggings, pulled out the place card with Val's name, and, without looking at it, crumpled it in my hand. The action felt final, like closing the last door to my previous life. In a moment, we would run to warn the pack, and Yura would alter our course, avoiding the area where we'd been ambushed. That night, we would reach a safe place to camp, and I would, for the first time, feel different among them. They would also sense something had changed, and a few would call me Sheila and ask me to join them around the fire. The trials would come soon, and I would fight to become alpha to the triad. They had fought for me, so I would fight for them. The firmament, a midnight blue expanse speckled with stars, stretched above us as we sat in silence by the fire. The logs crackled, the ones in the very middle burning down to embers and glowing with a mesmerizing quality. Chiefess Yura quietly nibbled on corn cakes and, every so often, cast a glance in my direction. I was sure the triad had told her what had happened, and I wondered what she thought about the fact that I'd helped them. Was she less willing to slit my throat now? Or was she contemplating killing me anyway for letting Val go? Either way, I still didn't trust her, no matter that I felt more comfortable than before among her people, and some had actually stopped looking at me as if I was the carrier of a contagious disease. Kal, Maki, Novak, and Ela also sat around the fire. Ela had checked us all to make sure we were all right. The guys bore her curious pokes with irritation, telling her she was wasting her time and to check me instead. But all I'd suffered were scrapes and bruises, and I didn't need her salves. Surprisingly enough, neither did the triad. Maki's arrow wound was deep, I'd told Ela. How did he recover from it so quickly? Is that something all shifters can do? She shook her head. It's true we can all heal faster than normal, but when it comes to the triad, the ability is tripled since they can borrow energy from each other. And when they have an alpha, they'll be able to heal 4 times as fast. It seemed this was something the Academy should have taught us, but I hadn't known. Maybe those lessons were reserved for apprentices, or maybe the magistrates didn't know the full extent of a triad's powers. Whatever the case, I was glad for their healing ability. I was glad they were all okay. Kal caught me looking at him. I glanced away quickly, reminded of his hunger and desire for me. Though I didn't resent anyone here as much as I had in the beginning, it was a far stretch to imagine being with a wildling that way. I had become used to the idea that men wouldn't be part of my life, and opening up to the possibility was daunting enough. As if that wasn't enough, a wildling wouldn't be at the top of my list of possible choices. I didn't even want to start a list, not when the mere idea of anyone touching me repelled me. Overwhelmed by it all, I rose to my feet and walked away toward the edge of the camp, where the glow from the campfires didn't reach the shadows. I stood there, staring at the witchlands, which we'd left far behind. I marveled at the countless stars. I had never beheld such a beautiful sky, so open and so vast. It made me feel as if my life could be just as boundless, even though I was shackled by the blood curse, just like before I'd been shackled by the rules the Academy imposed on me. Steps sounded behind me. I didn't turn to look for who it was, but somehow I knew. Maybe it was his scent, which reached me before he stepped next to me. My sense of smell shouldn't have been that sharp, but his woodsy musk was unmistakable. I glanced down at my fading coda and swallowed thickly, fearing the changes that would come over me once it was completely gone. The thought of shifting into an animal terrified me more than anything. Call stood stiffly at my side, also glancing toward the witchlands. For a long time, he didn't say anything. Interestingly enough, the silence wasn't awkward. More interesting still, his presence soothed me. "Thank you for helping Maki," he finally said. I had no other choice. Things wouldn't have gone great for me if the triad had been killed under my watch. He blew air through his nose. "You were under our watch, not the other way around." I shrugged noncommittally. Potato, potato. Huh? It's a British pronunciation thing, never mind. I briefly wondered if he'd ever heard of England. Maybe he'd never even seen a world map. Did he even know how to read? He chuckled as if enjoying a private joke. "What's so funny?" "Nothing." He paused, then added, "It would take more than a few arrows to kill us. Still, we appreciate your help. We think it means you're starting to feel like part of our pack." I shrugged again, adding an indifferent grunt this time. "You are very proud, Sheila. That is good." I was taken aback by the comment, since I'd been expecting him to say it was a bad trait. "It'll take you some time to get rid of your past, and that is not good, but it is what it is. I'm willing to wait. I think it will be worth it." He glanced in my direction, his green eyes glowing slightly in the dark. There was that hunger in his expression again, and I was afraid he would start threatening to make me his again. But he said nothing. Not that he needed to. His expression said it all. His slightly parted lips, his half-hooded gaze, and virile intensity were more than enough to remind me of his arrogant claim to possess me. Slowly, he leaned closer, his gaze falling to my lips. I glared at him, making sure to convey a rejection. Call licked his lips very slowly and then smiled. My breath hitched and, somewhere deep in my belly, a little ember ignited, making me feel something I'd never experienced before, a want for something unknown to me. "I will enjoy taming you," he rumbled, then walked away, leaving me to wonder why my knees trembled as he left. Several minutes passed before the effects of his unsettling presence dissipated. The camp was growing quiet as, little by little, people entered their tents in search of rest. It had been a long day with an intense trek through the woods. The thought of curling up had seldom felt more appealing. I was about to go find somewhere to sleep when a flash of movement off to the side by a clump of young trees caught my attention. Squinting, I peered through the foliage, trying to make out what it was. My shoulders tensed, but when I realized it was only Nirlik, probably going to use the facilities, I relaxed. I walked closer to the camp, considering Ila's offer to share her tent. The sky was clear with no threat of rain, but sleeping outside and on the ground last night hadn't been pleasant. It was still too cold for that this time of the year. But I couldn't ask to share her tent if I didn't agree to drink her tea. There was no point in fighting it anymore, I supposed. Like the chiefess had, I hated to carry the Academy's mark. Making a decision, I went in search of Ila. When I spotted her, I tried to think of what to say. "It's too cold to sleep outside. I'll drink your tea if you let me stay." I shook my head. That sounded petty. I had no reason to be petty with her. She'd been nice to me, and she was my sister. "I'd like to sleep here tonight, if the offer still stands." "Yes, much better. I would make no mention of the tea, and next time she offered it, I would just drink it." I glanced toward the trees through which Nirlik had disappeared. Had she come back? I glanced around the camp, searching for her, but I didn't see her. A pang of uneasiness settled in the pit of my stomach. Spotting a group of kids, I walked toward them. "Where's Nirlik?" I asked. "She went to dig a hole," a little girl said, distractedly pointing toward the trees. She was focused on a game of what looked like cat's cradle, except one of the older kids was telling a story, as she made shapes relevant to the tale with the string. "She hasn't come back?" I pressed. The girl just shook her head. Frowning, I walked in the direction of the trees. I made my way through the trunks, following a patch of trampled weeds. I squinted through the shadows, wondering where she'd gone. My uneasiness grew the further I walked. She couldn't have gone that far. I stopped in a clearing, gaze roving all around, trying to pierce through the bushes that surrounded me. "Nirlik," I said. "Are you here?" No answer. My uneasiness reached a boiling point. I opened my mouth to raise the alarm when a shape stepped from behind a tree to my left. It was Val, awkwardly holding a sharp knife to the girl's throat with a bloodied, bandaged hand, while he pressed the other one firmly to her mouth. He was pale from blood loss. My heart kicked up its rhythm. Something about the quality of Val's expression terrified me. He looked crazed, capable of anything. I put a hand up. "Val, don't hurt her. She's just a little girl." "She's a wildling," he said between clenched teeth. "A savage that will grow into a murderer." I shook my head. The real murderers lived at the Lux Academy. "Did you forget what they did to Tello? It's not what we thought." He tightened his hold on the girl, making her whimper. "Please?" I took a hesitant step forward. "Let her go." "So she can run back and alert your new wolf friends. How easily you turned on us. The magistrates were right not to pick you. You're a disgrace." There was an angry red line at Nirlik's neck. Val's sharp knife had nicked her, and he wasn't even aware of it. Arguing with him wasn't going to help anyone. I had to think of something else. "I would kill you myself," he said, "but that wouldn't be right. You're coming with me, Jasmine Bronte, and you'll be judged for your crimes." His voice rang with finality. He was determined to bring me back to Lux City. "I'll go with you," I said, "but let the girl go." He laughed derisively. "She's coming with us. She's my guarantee you will behave." Nerleek's eyes opened wide, reflecting her panic at the thought of being taken away from her pack. "Val, please, I give you my word. I will offer no resistance. She's just a girl, look at her. She's terrified, she's bleeding. You cut her. Look at her," I insisted when he didn't make a move. Reluctantly, he lowered his eyes, pulling away the blade so he could see it. It shone with blood. Regret shaped his expression for a brief instant. If I didn't know him so well, I would have missed it. "Nerleek," I said, setting down a knee on the supple ground. "If he lets you go, would you promise not to scream?" I smiled and nodded encouragingly, hinting at her to nod too. She looked uncertain for a moment, but finally nodded. "See?" I told Val. "I don't trust a wildling's word. I know better than that." Anger flared in my chest, and I rose to my feet. "If you were ever my friend, you will let her be. She's promised not to scream. More than that, she will stay in this clearing for a long time after you and I leave, because you will not take a child from her parents, not when you know what it is to grow up an orphan." Val winced at that, and I knew I'd said the right thing. Slowly, he peeled his large fingers from her face, one at a time. When she didn't scream, he released her, and she ran into my arms, sobbing. "Don't go with him, he's a bad man," she begged. "Shh," I smoothed her hair. "I'll be all right, Nerleek." I held her at arm's length and peered into her panic-stricken face. "He won't hurt me if you do what I said you would do, so you will stay here until the moon reaches those trees." I calculated it would take at least a couple of hours for that to happen. She sniffed, looking unsure. "Promise me," I insisted. At last she nodded, sank to her knees, rested interlaced hands on her lap, and closed her eyes, looking as if she was in deep prayer. I walked away from her and stomped 2 paces away from Val. I thrust my wrists forward. "You can tie me if you want, but I won't try to escape." He grabbed my shoulder, whirled me in the opposite direction of the camp, and shoved me. I stumbled forward. As we left the clearing, his voice rang with a threat for Nerleek's ears. "I won't hesitate to kill her if anyone follows us, so think carefully, little girl. If you don't know how to keep your promises, I assure you I do." 20 yards ahead, a black gelding pawed at the ground when he heard us coming. Val pulled a rope from the saddlebag and proceeded to tie my hands behind my back. He treated me roughly, making sure to let me know he thought nothing of my promise not to escape. When he was done, he helped me climb atop the horse, then untied the beast and mounted behind me. He thought he would bring me to Lux City to stand trial for Magistrate Magnus's death, or whatever wrongs he thought I'd done. But he knew nothing of the blood curse. I might die before we got too far, though that would probably be all right by him. The outcome would match his plans for me all the same. The hell with that. Maybe once we were far enough from the pack, I would try to escape anyway. Maybe there was a way to break past the curse. "Captain Silas and his guards will be surprised when they see you," Val said. "They're not too far, and when I tell them how you helped those savages kill Magistrate Magnus, their justice will come for you swiftly. You won't survive the night, Jazz." He urged the horse forward, and we trotted away from the camp. My shoulders slumped forward as any hope of escape died. One final thought of resignation echoed in my head. At least you saved the girl. At least you saved the girl. At least you saved the girl. End of Book 1. This has been Howl of the Rejected, Sunderverse, Wild Packs Book 1. Written by Ingrid Seymour. Narrated by Emma Lisi. Copyright 2021 by Ingrid Seymour. Production copyright 2021 by Ingrid Seymour.